Call our work session to order. If you don't mind silencing your devices, just so we don't have interruptions as always. Bow with me for a moment. Lord, we're so grateful for this opportunity to be together again today. Father, I pray for the superintendent and each of my fellow board members, for the many talents that we bring to the table, and for the talents of those with us today and those listening online. We pray that every decision we make would bear out wisdom and discernment and be in the best interest of our students and the people that educate our students every day. We pray for Alabama, Lord. We pray for our nation. We pray for order and peace among us. And we ask that you bless us with your provision today during this meeting as we commit this robust agenda to you today. Be with our lawmakers also. Watch over them and keep them safe during this week away. And we pray that they have had rest and will return ready for the work. It's in the Lord's name we pray. Amen. Amen. Okay, Dr. Mackey, I think our first item today is Jacksonville State University. Do we want to ask them to come individually to the table? Is that
I think that would be good. And we only have 2 universities today, and they're kind of different programs, unlike last month when they were all UT. So we could have JSU come, and then we'll have Montevallo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to come before you again. We have with us Jacksonville State University. So Jacksonville has submitted their programs for review. As with the previous institutions that we've been visiting, they had the official documentation review first, and then we went to the university for the on-site visit. Upon the on-site visit, we learned several new things about Jacksonville State University. One, they have changed their entire advisement model. And so it's not just in the College of Education, but throughout the university to ensure that they're offering the best services for all their candidates. Additionally, they're looking at the timing that they're offering some of their courses, because what we're finding at a number of our institutions is that the timing of the candidates taking tests plays a role in their retention of information. And so they're engaged in that process and looking at their entire curriculum to see how it can better serve the candidates. One additional thing they're looking at is how they're doing their field experiences. What we're finding holistically across the board, and Jacksonville State is doing an awesome job with this as well, is that they're looking at opportunities to get the candidates in the field more often so that their didactic coursework that they're taking can be mirrored more with the applicable that they will be doing when they go out and actually practice in the field. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kimberly Gates-White, Dean at the College of Education at Jacksonville State University.
Good morning, board members, Dr. Mackey, and all of my colleagues in the audience. Before I greet you and say anything further, this was a very, very collegial visit, and I can't thank the State Department, especially Dr. Alethea Hampton, enough for how they came in to support us and to brainstorm with us the things that we were doing well, but to also look at the things that perhaps we want to do a little differently. So the whole process that has occurred, I just can't thank them enough for all the support that they provided to us. I also can't thank enough the team at Jacksonville State University. I have with me here today my dream team, Dr. Linda Mitchell, who is the department head for teacher education, Dr. Christy Trucks, who is the department head for career technical education and professional studies, and also Dr. Christy Calhoun, who is associate department head for teacher education. I would have had my colleagues, my deans from the other areas that have teacher ed programs, but we just got our report today from SAC CLC. No recommendations at all. A great day for JSU, a great year, a great time for JSU.
That's right. Board members, do you have questions?
Congratulations, that's fabulous.
Yeah. And spring break is next week. So it is just a perfect ending to the week.
But you're not going to the beach, are you?
And no, I have grandbabies coming over. When Mimi's on vacation, Mama's on vacation.
Given the job you do, you deserve off tomorrow as well. Thank you very much. I have no questions at all, Ms. West. Congratulations on your hard work. I know what it takes,
Absolutely.
it's a process.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
And we have a new name for Jacksonville State University. We were the friendliest campus in the South, but according to SACS, we're the friendliest campus in the nation.
Really?
So I welcome and invite all of you all to JSU for a visit or for a second visit if you have not been on our campus.
We appreciate you coming in today. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay, and the next resolution that we have is for University of Montevallo. We have Dr. Corbett Finley that's going to be joining me at the table. Once again, this process mirrored the others in that we completed the documentation review. Peers were involved in that process. And following that, we had the on-site visit at University of Montevallo as well. Let me tell you, the one excellent thing we have truly enjoyed about the visits is that we get to see the authentic institution. We get to see them engaged in their continuous improvement process and have conversations with them about those things they want to improve upon, those things they have already improved upon, and how they want to really make a difference for teacher education. One of the things that greatly stands out to me at the visit at University of Montevallo is something that the candidates said. They said, our faculty don't send us, they find us. One young lady talked about when she had been pregnant while she was enrolled in the program and how the faculty, she was at a point where she wanted to give up. The faculty would not allow her to. How they supported her through the entire process, they made sure she kept going. And she is absolutely loving it at the point of her internship, and she's about to finish. And so the commitment that we're seeing as we go from these institutions to look at what they're doing, how they're engaging in continuous improvement, to sit across with content faculty who we ordinarily don't get to see just because we're working just with the EPPs. But when we go for the visits, we get to see them as well. And so we had a very successful visit at the University of Montevallo as well. And now I turn it over to Dr. Bentley.
Thank you, Dr. Hampton. Thank you, board members, Superintendent Mackey, Dr. Hampton, for your support. I currently serve as the Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of Montevallo. Prior to that appointment, it was my honor to serve as the Dean in the College of Education and Human Development. Today, I am representing Dr. Donna Plessel, who is our current Dean, who is today presenting at the Council for Exceptional Children. Our administrators remain engaged with professional practice. We're very proud of the programs that we have. We're honored to be part of educator preparation in the state of Alabama. We are duty bound, and our faculty do truly pour themselves into these educator preparation programs, and they do find these students. It is such a wonderful thing now in my current role to confer all of those degrees and watch them walk across that stage, knowing that they're exiting to go out into a placement to serve a school and a community and to be really leaders in those schools as well.
Board members, do you have questions?
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you.
It's a process, it's very good.
And thank you for coming.
Absolutely. It's my honor. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Next is a resolution to approve an alternative teacher preparation organization, American Board for certification of teacher excellence.
Good morning, board. I was there this morning. I have, this morning, Ms. Isabel Welch, who is the governmental, relations individual for American Board. So she's gonna be speaking with you all on behalf of their alternative teacher preparation organization.
Good morning, thank you for having me here. Coming around with a couple of handouts, but I tried to keep things short and sweet for you guys, just kind of go over the basics. So American Board is an alternative teacher preparation program, or an ATPO, that we are seeking to operate in the state of Alabama. We were founded by the United States Department of Education in 2001. We've been in operation for more than 2 decades. We're currently in 14 states that are listed on one of those handouts, and we've certified more than 17,000 teachers nationwide. So really our program is designed for people who are seeking to enter the classroom through an alternative route. And so as Dr. Mackey was speaking about earlier at the board meeting, these are people who are later in life, who are career changers, who are military veterans who are transitioning back to civilian life, who are stay-at-home parents looking to enter the workforce, and paraprofessionals and substitute teachers that are already in your classrooms but are seeking full licensure. So American Board provides a quick and affordable pathway to teacher certification. The program takes about a year, depending on the subject area. It usually costs around $1,900. So the program consists of coursework and exams in pedagogy and in the content area. And so in order to complete the program, you have to demonstrate your competency in both pedagogy and the content area that you have chosen. So we have a list of subjects that we would be seeking to offer in the state of Alabama. We're really excited to be here today. You know, Alabama has been on our list for a while. We're in Mississippi, we're in Arkansas, we're in Florida. We've had a lot of success there. We've had a lot of interest from people in Alabama who are looking for a program like this. So we're happy to be with you today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's great. I think I saw you, if I'm not mistaken, did you speak at the hearing when this was discussed
Yes,
last year? So I attended the hearing and I thought that you were the person. So did you assist in preparing the legislation HB 342?
Yes, we were a proponent of that bill.
Okay.
And so we testified in support with it, and we were one of the organizations that was very supportive, and also, you know, we were working with people to see the best way to move forward in legislation and, you know, in the state of Alabama. And so I know included in there is the requirement of the Alabama Teacher Mentorship Program, so that's something that, you know, the bill sponsor received feedback about, and they wanted to include that in there, so that's something that would also be the requirement for licensure for our program.
Okay, great. And so could you talk to us a little bit? I know that last month when we had another firm come before us, I requested in that discussion kind of what the average cost is for someone that might be coming from another profession with a degree. I assume it's the same. You work with people that already have degrees, so it's not a degree program. So can you talk to us about the cost?
Yeah, absolutely. And so the program cost is usually around $1,900. I say around because we do offer discounts for military veterans and their spouses. We're a national partner of DoD SkillBridge, which is what the Troops to Teachers program has kind of turned into.
Right.
And so we work with them to help them transition out of the military into the workforce. And that program is really great because it allows people in their last 6 months, around 6 months of service, to work on our program so that when they've completely exited, they're ready to start work right away. We also frequently run sales, coupons, discounts, things like that. We offer installment plans. We also work with WIOA funding and districts and things like that. But $1,900 is generally around the amount that people pay.
$1,900 for 1 year.
Are these the subjects that you're proposing in Alabama?
Yes,
The ones that are listed on the handout?
And I'm
One
sorry.
quick question, I'm sorry. All right, so basically, I see on the brochure about 7 to 10 months to get through the coursework in those areas, elementary education being one and some others. The pedagogy, the exam, is that the praxis examination, or is there another exam that you all have through your company?
So the way that the bill was written requires an exam to be comparable to the Alabama exams, and so
Okay.
before that happens, and our exams are able to be examined, we will be requiring our candidates to take the praxis or any of the other exams that are required for certification in Alabama. So
In
that
Alabama.
include foundations of reading, you know, any of
All
those
of
exams.
Okay, great. All right, also during the 7 to 10 month period, I know it's not for them to get a degree, but to be certified. Is there an internship component similar to student teaching where our young people have to go in 8 weeks, say in elementary, they have to do the lower K through 12 and then 4 through 6. Do they have to do an internship within this year?
They're not required to do an internship or student teaching during that time in the program.
Because it's not required.
It's not required, no.
Okay,
They're welcome to, encouraged to substitute teach, you know, to get
right.
into the classroom, but then
Mhm.
they're also required to do that Alabama mentoring program during those first 2 years.
During the first 2 years, but not prior to.
Not prior to.
Okay,
Since
Thank
this
you.
is an online program, where are you domiciled? Where's your offices?
We're headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, and so that's where I
I
live.
recognize the area code, that's why I asked.
Yep, that's correct. But, you know, we have locations, not locations, but
Do you
we
have a
kind of have.
physical location in Alabama?
No, we don't. So we're an online program, so everything is completely online,
Yes, ma'am.
so. No physical location here, but it's very easy for me to get here today, which I'm appreciative of. Sometimes it's a much longer trip.
I know that you said you work with 14 other states, is that correct? And I know that other states have different structures in place for certification. Do you work with other states that have certification departments that are outside the state Department of Education, that are under a different body?
I don't believe so, no. So most of the time we're working with the Department of Instruction or Department of Education, things like that. But they're all kind of centralized in that area because that's where the teacher licensure happens. And so we have to work through them because ultimately it's the state that's granting the license to these teachers.
Not to, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I interrupted Dr. Reynolds, I'm sorry.
I understand there's some current legislation in our legislature. Are you working with them in those modifications?
No, I'm not aware of any current legislation.
With the, excuse me, with the discussion this morning, there was talking about CAPE requirements, or you did not mention CAPE requirements, or?
No, we're not accredited by CAPE. So the other option that was in the legislation was to operate in more than 5 states, not be in probation in any of those states, to have certified more than 10,000 teachers, to have been in operation for more than 10 years, and to require exams that are comparable to the Alabama exams. And so we do have all of those components in our program.
So you've already certified 10,000 or more teachers.
Yes, ma'am, we've certified 17,000 teachers since we started in 2001.
Do you plan to become CAPE accredited?
At the moment, we don't. We are currently AQUEP members, which is another accrediting organization. But generally, we've found that the CAPE accreditation process doesn't necessarily align with how our program operates. Just because we are an alternative program, so the requirements are sometimes different.
Any other questions, board members? Thank you so much for coming today.
Dr. Mackey,
Sir?
is there legislation currently concerning this alternative legislation before the legislature?
There is, yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that? Or can somebody tell us about that? Where's,
You wanna,
what it's gonna encompass, how it might
you
make our
wanna
decisions
deviate
move?
and go to that now? I mean, we're gonna do legislative update at the end of the day.
But
You want me to go into it now, or you wanna?
because this is germane to this item, if you wanna wait till later, I'm fine, but
Well, the proposed changes, the bill passed 2 years ago. And then, we passed rules, and then the legislature changed the bill, so we had to amend our rules. The proposed legislation now does not affect American Board, does not affect, I teach, somebody here from I teach. It does not affect the one that didn't pass this morning. There is another organization that meets none of the 5 criteria in the current law. They're not CAPE accredited, and they don't meet the other criteria. So while the law passed, there are 4 things. You have a copy of the law there. The first version and the second version. The third version would, it takes all that away and simply basically says that they show up, they get accredited. I mean, they offer certification.
It provides another option
Another
as
option.
far as that, so
It provides they can join, she just mentioned this group called AQUEP,
AQUEP,
which
right.
we don't consider a true accreditation agency, no offense. It's a membership organization that anybody can join, well, not anybody can join, but it's not a standards-based accreditation organization, it's a membership organization. but it would add that as a provision.
Dr. Mackey, to clarify what I was really asking, trying to get you, is the new legislation make our actions kind of moot, it will make these entities able to do without our approval?
Well, no, it still requires the board's authorization in the form that the bill was last week in the legislature. When the bill was filed, the bill will be in committee. It's never even been in the first committee meeting, so I want to be careful. It could be changed, amended before it goes through the process, obviously.
Okay.
You know, the original bill took the board out completely in the legislature, and we fought really hard to get the board in, but now we've denied somebody who met the criteria that the board set out. So I'm going to be really cautious what I say the rest of the day. I think I need to be really cautious what I say publicly until we get further.
I think it would be appropriate for I teach to come to the table now. Thank you.
All right, so this is, Ms. Diane Huber with I Teach, and so she's gonna talk to you about it.
Who was here before?
Go ahead.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, before you start. The young lady who was here before, thank you, yes. I know you said there are a list of courses that the people will take during the 7 to 10 month period. Is classroom management one of those courses?
It's included in the package.
It is. Thank you.
While we're in this, may I ask a question? Our administrative rule that this board passed in reference to the house, to the bill, do we say or CAPE certified, or do we include CAPE certification as one of the requirements?
If it's one of the options.
One of the options?
It's one of the options.
Okay.
It's not a requirement.
Because the law didn't give us the authority to.
Okay.
They had to meet a certain set of criteria.
We were as strict as the law allows us to be.
Thank you.
Not just working on the CAPE certification, but they must have it.
So they do have to meet CAPE accreditation. We are treating them, as I said this morning, the one this morning is on their last site visit. So we're treating them like we do the colleges of ed. So I make it be, I know I sound like I'm stumbling, but I'm trying to be really cautious because I do suspect there are many lawyers tuned in now. We do have institutions in the state for your colleges that are not CAPE accredited that we have allowed to recommend people for certification because they're pursuing accreditation, because it's not an overnight process. And so when the Literacy Act passed and required CAPE accreditation, we would have had to shut down several of our colleges, except and they would not, and we would be in a real teacher shortage now. So the board said we would allow them to continue to recommend people as long as they are making adequate progress toward accreditation. Most of them are close to finish now. And then Ms. Huber will be able to talk about I teach is in a different situation. We originally did require in the rules that they be CAPE accredited. But then the legislature changed the law and said we could not require that. And then we changed our rules to match the new law. And so that's where we are now. And now there's only one of the institutions that has applied, in our opinion, does not meet the criteria because they have not even, they are in the very, very, very early beginning stages of CAPE, not near the end. And so we denied them. But again, I'm being really cautious because I know that there's some legal stuff going on already because we didn't even bring them to the board. And now there's another bill introduced that would remove that authority too. So, but the bill is not passed. It's not even passed out of committee, but it is there.
Thank you for reminding me what we did.
Well, Dr. Mackey, I wasn't here last month.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just do a recap, because I just need a refresher concerning this, just clarity, because I'm hearing you say that it's not required that they are CAPE accredited, that they have the other options if they fall in it. Can you just recap?
Could I defer and let Ms. Hoover finish? And then I know because we've gotta be, the band is starting in 4 minutes. And so I just don't want, unless y'all wanna miss them today, we're gonna have to recess so we can get up there. And then I think that's gonna be a more detailed conversation. So if I could come back after lunch maybe and do that.
That's what I did.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being with us.
Oh.
Can you tell us about your organization,
Yes,
please?
good morning, Madam Chairperson, board members, and Superintendent Mackey. I am Dr. Diane Huber, and I'm the founder of I Teach. About 16 years ago, I was at a national conference and met Jane Meyer, who I'm sure many of you know. And Jane invited me to come to Alabama and visit with her about the possibility of I Teach certifying teachers. So I came to Montgomery and visited with Jane, and after we talked, she leaned over, and I know you can hear her voice, and she suggested to me, why don't you get some data and come back in a few years, and we'll see if you qualify for certification in Alabama. I took that as my journey, and I began that. In 2013, I worked with the DOE and class to talk about teacher shortage. In 2019, I worked with Vic Wilson. I spoke before Dr. Mackey's task force on teacher preparation. I continue to serve on national organizations with Jane and with Siobhan. I currently serve on a national committee with her. And my phone rang about 2 years ago, and it was Jane, right before she retired. And she said, you know, I think it's time that I Teach try again to come to Alabama. And I thought, oh my goodness, perseverance, 12 years, yes. So thus our journey reiterated for Alabama, and I am here today. 20 years ago, while working at a large state teacher prep program in Texas, I looked and I saw the barriers that we were placing in front of our future teachers, one being financial. And so I visited with other faculty members and said, let's change how we prepare teachers. There wasn't an interest in that. So I ventured out as a single mom of 4 and applied to the Texas Education Agency for approval of I Teach Texas, which was an alternative, non-traditional route to teacher preparation with our coursework online. In 2003, I Teach was approved as the first teacher preparation program with coursework online. I was truly an anomaly in our field. And after I founded I Teach to remove barriers, some in the education arena thought the low cost of I Teach would mean lower standards. And I wanted to assure our candidates and the districts and the state personnel that we worked with that nothing could be further from the truth. So in 2009, when NCAPE changed their bylaws and allowed non-institutions of higher ed to apply, I Teach was the first non-institution of higher ed to apply for CAPE accreditation. We are still the only non-institution of higher ed that has full accreditation. We have gone through the NCAPE process. We have made CAPE. We've been reviewed 3 times, and our next site visit is in 2027. So I Teach meets the CAPE accreditation that your state has. We are also currently in 11 states, probation in none, and we have certified over 20,000 teachers in 20 years. And through working with CAPE for 15 years, I Teach has focused on the continued review of our curriculum and program components to assure alignment with the most recent research, legislative mandates, and best practice. And while we're proud of our CAPE accreditation as a shining star, it does not create complacency in our program. Like other CAPE providers, many here in the room today, I Teach is committed to a continuous improvement through regular and systematic review of our data. The iTeach curriculum, which is housed in 6 instructional courses equivalent to 18 hours of college credit, although our candidates do not get college credit. But we focus on classroom management, on stages of learning, on all the pedagogy that are taught at the university. We feel it is important that our candidates receive the same state mandated curriculum in every state we're in. Therefore, iTeach is state specific. Everyone that would come to iTeach Alabama is going to go through specific courses addressing your state standards. When a candidate in our program designs a lesson plan, it's going to be based on the standards of Alabama. We feel like that is very, very important. iTeach has implemented the science of teaching reading based on a collection of research over time. We're continually reviewing that. Additionally, we also offer special ed courses that were recently reviewed by a private organization, a third party in Virginia, to assure that our special ed courses align with all of the Council on Exceptional Children standards. As I've been listening to workshops and board meetings, teacher retention is a great concern for your state. In your packet, I have included data on iTeach from Texas because it's our longest functioning state. And you will see that iTeach exceeds the state standard for 3-year, 5-year retention in Texas, and also above the state of Alabama's retention rate. I believe that the flexibility and affordability of iTeach allows us to attract career changers, military, empty nesters, the divorced mom. The cost of iTeach is $4,399. That includes all of our coursework. That includes 2 semesters of residency where we will have field supervisors in the classroom, just as you do for student teachers, to mentor, coach, and help them. All of our candidates have access to the teaching channel, which is a library of master teachers. Our candidates can go see a concept taught by a master teacher. We've also found with our average age group of 35, there's hesitancy towards the praxis test. They're afraid of taking a high stakes test. It's been many years since they've been in school. So every one of our candidates is enrolled in passage preparation to help prepare them for that praxis test. And recently, the National Council of Teacher Quality, NCTQ, identified iTeach Louisiana as exceptional in the preparation of our candidates for the praxis test. iTeach has never sought deviation to lower a state or standard. Rather, we seek to identify innovative solutions and address concerns and problems. iTeach comes before you today seeking approval to work with Alabama districts in an exemplary collaborative model. We seek to be part of the teacher shortage solution in Alabama, and I ask for your vote for approval. I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
I have a question. I know you mentioned the residency. How long is your program? I know the one we heard earlier was 7 to 10 months. How long is your program?
It's a minimum of 2 years.
2 years.
Our
Okay.
candidates go through the coursework. We encourage all the courses to be completed, but as you know, they may be hired and then get in our program. But the coursework is separate. Then we have that 2-semester residency where the teacher is hired as the teacher of record and serves in the school, and we monitor. We also this year have implemented instructional coaches. So every teacher in the classroom has a supervisor to observe them, plus they have a content-specific instructional coach who will help them, does team meetings with conceptual, whether it be the Pythagorean theorem or how to teach science at the elementary classroom.
Okay, so the fact that they've completed the coursework and they get hired, so basically they're out there working
Yes.
prior to going through the student teaching process.
Our candidates do not do student teaching.
No, well, it's more like a mentorship, right? Because they're out there and then someone else goes in.
Yes.
So they
yes.
get out there before they actually have completed the program, is that
That
correct?
is correct. They have to successfully
Complete
complete
the
that field
program.
experience.
Mhm.
We have to observe them, we collaborate with the campus administrator, and everyone signs off that they have successfully completed that field experience before we recommend them to the state for certification.
Okay, but the field experience is done after I've completed the coursework and after I have been hired somewhere,
ma'am.
I'm out there
Yes,
working,
ma'am.
and that's my field experience.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other questions? I know y'all want to go to the band concert. I'm willing to wait and come back. I don't wanna rush you, but I don't want you to miss it.
I think I'm fine. I'm set.
No, that was very complete, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you so
Good to
much.
see you.
We see you again. I
Thank
see
you.
you before.
Thank you.
Thank you for traveling. All right, Dr. Mackey, we're gonna break now,
We gotta go listen to the kids.
go see the kids, and then have lunch after that, and come back. So what time do you think?
They're supposed to be finished at 11:30, maybe, they might be 11:40, so when do you wanna come back, 12:30, or you wanna come back after that? or-
12:30.
12:30.
Yeah, 12:30 is your
Okay, we'll be back at 12:30, thank you. A resolution to modify the praxis assessment and score as a precondition for initial certification.
And I have Dr. Denise Peacock with us here. So just a reminder, she's gonna explain this, but these are current tests that have been re-normed.
Okay.
And so when they do that, they change the recommended scores, so we follow through. I'm Dr. Peacock has, I'm not even, I saw, but I don't remember now which test we're looking at.
It's
so.
just one this year, so this is the time of year, you guys know, we've been through this together many times, where we have tests that are expiring, tests that we're currently using, and new tests are coming on board. This year, I'm only bringing one to you. You have plenty to do without me, so I'm glad to just be bringing you one.
Well, you're our new best friend now.
I'll take that, absolutely. So it is the special education test that's changing this year. Now, the current special education test was the test that was used back in 2012 when we first started using and requiring praxis. So it's been a minute. It's time for a new test. So these are good positive changes. Now, when we do these test changes, it's been, our procedure in the past, and we continue to follow that we don't generally adopt it the first year. It's a 2-year period that they have with these tests. We generally wait till the second year. That gives us a year to kind of see how things are going with states that do adopt the test and, see what is the data going to show. So I do have that information I can share with you today, but we would be transitioning, if you look at your resolution, from the current test, which is Praxis 5354, to the new test, which is 5355. It's a very similar test as far as what's required. There have been some updates, obviously. There needed to be some updates with that.
Sorry, we're on.
That's okay, no worries.
Don't ask me how I got on it, but I'm on it.
Go right ahead, right? But there are a few of the points that just might be interesting to you. There is a higher emphasis on this in the planning and instruction piece as far as the questions go, productive learning environments, and individual learning differences, which are some of the buzzwords that we're hearing in education right now as it relates to special education. So those are positive changes in my mind. It is a multiple choice test, 120 questions, so similar to how it was before. And there are, of course, knowledge level questions, as we've had before, and then also scenario-based questions, which are so important in the field of teaching when you start thinking about, okay, I know the rule, but can I apply the rule, that sort of thing. So that is the only test that is changing, as I said. Now I mentioned the data, so I'll just share it with you because it looks really great. This test actually started, it came into effect in September of 2023.
The new one.
The new test, yes. And so at that time, we had 17, let me pull my numbers so I'm telling you right, we had 17 states that went ahead and went with the suggested score on the test. 17 states that adopted, plus the District of Columbia. Within those, 12 went with the standard score that's set during the standard setting studies. In Alabama, we've always participated in those studies and we're part of that process. So 12 went with that standard score, 2 elected to go at the -1 SEM below it, and then 3 elected to either go 1 or 2 deviations above that score. So that's where the numbers fall. But again, the data looks really great. 1,315 people have taken the test as of the end of January of 2024. 1,249 passed the test, so it's a 94.98% pass rate. So that makes me feel really good about this change. So of course, if you guys approve this change, it will go into effect like they always do on September 1 of this year. I'll of course prepare a memo to go out with all of the specifics to share with our institutions and our school systems. But that's it. So what questions do you have for me?
Can you just explain, I know what it means, but would like for it to be spoken in the work session, what it means for a test to be renormed or normed?
Well, it's all based on whatever the standards are at that time. Now with special education, there are lots of different things that enter into that, but the standards that they follow, it's the CEC standards, which is the Council for Exceptional Children, and those standards were updated in 2020. So at that time, that's when ETS began the alignment to, okay, we have this test, it's been around for quite a while, we need to look at these new standards and make sure that it is properly aligned. So that's how that process began.
And so that's a national, U.S. Department of Education committee that meets to write those standards.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, they are, the standards are provided, and then once the standards are provided, then ETS looks at the current test, looks at those standards, and they begin the work behind the scenes of matching and updating the test to be sure we are aligned to those standards as far as the test is concerned.
Okay, perfect.
And even though the score is different than the previous of 153 down to 145, it is aligned with what they should know. as
Yes,
special
and I'm so
educators.
glad that you said that, because I totally forgot to mention that point, because so often I get the call, I take all those fun phone calls all day.
Mhm.
But I get the call saying the score went up, is the test harder? The score went down, is the test easier? It's not an apples to apples scenario, it's an apples to oranges scenario. So it's two different tests.
Mhm.
Educators come in, they look at those standards, they look at the test questions, and they go through a lot of mathematical processes that are well above my area to determine what is an acceptable score.
Okay.
We as Alabama have traditionally adopted that required score, so that's why I've listed the score here on the resolution as being the 145, which is the suggested score. And again, 12 of the states plus the District of Columbia also adopted that score. We just have a few that have decided to either go above or below that score.
And we haven't reviewed since 2012, that's what you said.
Yes, this test has been in effect when we started requiring praxis back in 2012. The old test was that test, so
Okay.
it's been around a while. One of the longest ones we've had, so it's been around a while.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Do the recommended passing scores ever go up from the previous test?
I'm not sure how
I
to
mean,
answer
is it
that.
higher,
It's-
the recommended, is it higher?
As far as what they recommend,
All right,
give me
what
a
we've been
scenario.
using is 153. That
Correct.
was, I'm assuming, the recommended score to accept back in 2012.
Correct.
It has, with this test, it's down to 145. So my question is, does that recommended passing score for a new test ever go up?
As far as Alabama is concerned, the
Or
only
as far as
time,
the test is concerned?
well, that is just a suggestion. When the group comes together, it's educators from across the state that specialize in a content area when we do a standard setting study. And so those educators come together, they take the test, they vet the questions, they put in all these mathematical formulas, and they determine what they think is a reasonable score for a beginning teacher coming into the field to show that they possess the knowledge needed in that content area.
But the short answer is yes. We did some last year with a score
That were higher, that's
was
what
higher.
I'm saying,
It
yes.
was a higher recommended score on the new test than the old test.
But it's two totally different tests.
Right.
Am I following your question?
Right.
Yes.
And I understand that.
Okay. The only time we've ever had a test where we went above that recommended score was years ago with our family and consumer science, and since then we've made the determination to go back to that recommended score. But that's the only one where we've done something different historically that I'm aware of, at least since I've been sitting here.
But sometimes the replacement test, they can recommend, they don't have to recommend a lower score on the replacement test.
Oh,
as far as your score.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely
They,
not.
sometimes it is a higher score.
Right.
Try to look at them independently.
Definitely, that's
It's a very good question, because somebody out there is gonna look at it and say, the
That's
state
the
board's
reason.
lowering the score on
So when
special
Trish
ed.
Crane asked me, why did y'all vote to lower the score? I want a good
Don't
answer.
answer the phone then.
And again, it flips, because if this had been a higher score, then it would have been, it's a harder test, the requirements are going up, and that's not the case either. It's mathematically looking at this question set based on these standards.
And that's why I asked that question, was it based on the standards?
Yes, it absolutely is.
So are the standards more difficult now?
Now, I am not an expert in special education standards, so I
Right.
definitely don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I
But I
just-
can tell you the folks that do participate in these studies, they are experts in this area, and they do, a very good job of vetting a test and determining a good score, a reasonable score.
So I'm hearing you say that basically the purpose is to align with the new standards.
As far as ETS is concerned, yes, that is correct.
Any other questions?
Okay, well, I'm happy to
Yes.
see all of you.
Next year I won't be so kind, there are several, that's just.
So just think right now how good it feels.
So the next resolution we'll discuss is the recognition of Alabama 2024 Purple Star Schools. Dr. Mackey?
Yes, ma'am. So you see that resolution, if you pull it up, it's really long. And the big addition this year is that Montgomery County, Dr. Brown made a clear effort to his principals that he wanted every school in Montgomery County to be on the list. So you do not, just so if you're wondering, last year we had 50, Anna, was it 50 something?
It was 100 last year.
100
Over
last year.
100 last year and 53 the year before.
Okay, 53 the year before. My mind's had a number, but the wrong number. And then last year over 100. We did not relist them, but we want to make it very clear they're not falling off the list. They stay Purple Star schools, but we are adding more. And we had the discussion about, well, should we relist them? But it would be a really long resolution then. Now, we do a very, remember this one, we do invite them to come to the board meeting if they'd like to come. We print a big banner for them they can put out to the front of their school. And we do this in April because that is Military Child Recognition Month.
That'd be nice. So you're saying we're adding, so we keep the current list?
Keep the current
But we're
list.
adding 74 newbies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we'll be over 200 now. And
That's gonna be a full crowd, which is fabulous.
yes, we'll have over 200 schools now, so we'll be, and we're in the top 5 or 6 states in the number of Purple Star schools, which is military friendly. They set the standards and our schools have to go through an application process. For that, any questions on that? That's a fun thing to do. We'll probably have lots of folks here next month, so it's, and it will be a chaotic time taking pictures, I can assure you, for Dr. Chestnut and Mrs. Bell at least. So we'll figure that out. It's a lot of schools from Montgomery County, so we'll figure out how to do that. But
And Dr. Mackey, I would remember you promised me you'd start with 8 first.
8 first. Which one's on there from 8? Fort Payne. You got Fort Payne on there. So somebody make a note of that. Fort Payne will do their picture first.
Madison City too.
It'll probably be, that get you guys,
Sir.
you got a few.
Yeah, just
Fort
do
Payne.
everybody but Montgomery
Okay.
first.
And Madison City, Dr.
Thank
Mackey.
you.
Yeah, that may be, I think there is a good opportunity that we may do all of you and then Montgomery County last. And we'll figure that piece out. It may end up being outside on the steps or something, but it'll be great. You want to go on to the next one? So the next one is resolution recognition, no, I'm looking back. So Unified Insights, I'm gonna ask Stacy Royster to come up here. I know this one, I had a couple of you ask me questions. What is Unified Insights? Well, that's a part of Power School, and this is the part that we have been waiting on my whole career. Because I swear, when I
quit because you got that.
when I started, this man and some other, I can't remember who all was working in schools in the early 90s, when we had STI before it was, what we were now in Power School. When I started teaching, we had STI, and the promise was that eventually it was going to be more powerful than just a tool that we took attendance with. And then discipline got added, but it really has, Stacy's going to do a better job of explaining where we are now, but it really is a great evolution because initially it was basically, in my words, a glorified database that you could access information. You could enter information and you could access that information back.
Right.
But the promise around the late 90s to the early 2000s was eventually it was going to be analytical, that you could use it for diagnostic. And it's just every iteration's gotten better, but not quite there. And when they showed me this version, I did say we are finally able to offer to teachers and principals what what technology companies have been promising them for 30 years. And so I'm really excited about it. We added this on, we did an RFP last year, we added this on to our Power School contract. And so Stacy can explain it and show you some great charts and graphs, and let you turn it over to you.
I tell you, he's saying that he's waiting on this his career. I was a former classroom teacher. If I had had this in the classroom when I was a teacher, and it's funny because the more people I show up here in the department, bits and pieces, they're like, if I'd had that when I was a principal, if I'd had that when I was a superintendent, the positive feedback is unreal. So what we get, the first bang for our buck, are those analytical, dynamic, real-time dashboards. And so here's just a screenshot of all of the dashboards that we currently have built for all of the districts. So we have sub-dashboards over enrollment that will answer anything from how many new students are we transferring in, looking at our most sensitive students, how many special ed students have we enrolled in the last 30 days, last month, last 5 days, looking at trends in movement. We give them heat maps of where their students live, attendance, heat maps of chronic absenteeism. I go back to a story that someone told me one time. They had a group of students that were all showing up quite a bit of attendance problems, and they found out all these kids lived in one neighborhood where they had to walk under the road to the bus stop, and there was a light out under the road, and they were scared to walk it in the mornings, and so they were habitually late to school. And so this allows them to see pockets of where our attendance issue kids might live, to see if it's something as simple as replacing a light bulb to get them back in school on time. Things that, we don't have time in the normal schools to dig into in our data. Looking at behavior trends, looking at academics, assessments. This is the data scientist that every district needs but can't afford to staff, kind of thing. And we say educators are not normal statisticians, unless you're me, who was teaching statistics in high school. You're giving back not charts, but just spreadsheets of data anytime you want to look at anything to make a data-driven decision, but you're going, okay, who in here knows how to use a pivot table? And not everybody in the district knows that. And so this gives them these kind of views of their data. So no more do they have to start with a spreadsheet, find somebody on the staff who can pivot it and make a chart with it. We're taking the data, digesting it, and producing these vivid graphs that are all dynamic. If I'm looking at the overview of student behavior chart, that notice is a longitudinal data chart of 3 years of data on a week by week analysis. We've never had views like that before as a principal. Principals are loving that right there. Most of them, and I know we did it in the district that I came from, we would use that as part of our ASIPs. We want to improve our discipline and positive behavior inside of the classrooms. We want to improve our attendance. But it was hard getting that longitudinal data to see it at a glance. Are we really improving or are we not? And can we drill down to that data? And we've all used some type of software program before. And one of the things that we don't have time for are clicks. How many clicks is it really going to take me? Because this is pretty, right? But am I going to have to go 15 different places before I get to the kids? 3 clicks. I'm from that graph right there down to an individual student in 3 clicks.
Well, Dr. Chestnut and I just got back from a reading conference, and one of the things they said, in order to make your walkthroughs productive, you need to have current data on that teacher and those kids. Well, this is about which they were speaking.
100%. And looking at it through all facets of what I call the pieces of education that touch, academic achievement. Because it's more than just how they do on tests that determines academic achievement. We know that attendance, that behavior, that the grades in the classroom, all of that takes into account. So now we have all these vibrant dashboards that leads us to what I'm going to call the most spectacular piece that the classroom teacher has never had, if it goes, which is this, the student profile. This is what Bonnie and I sat down with and have gone, okay, how do we make our Literacy Act requirements more beneficial, easier, and take off some of that paperwork? How do we make our PST meetings, and anybody who's been in a school and seen a PST meeting, you see the teachers come in with 5 binders and a laptop because they've got this paperwork here, they've got, the special education data and special programs, and then they're pulling up the teacher portal, and so you're going. The days of that are gone. Because now if I have Mr. Brandon Adair, who's a fake student, that's not a new student now, I'm just FYI. he's coming into my PST meeting. I have to get that legal part in there. He's coming into my PST meeting. I can sit down and with this one click, I'm looking at his overview page. I have a tab of his lifetime achievement in attendance, in behavior, in academics, in assessments. If he's ever been in an intervention, they're all listed there, the status of them, and if they've had any student plan assigned to them, they're listed in them. So I'm in real time opening up that student plan, making the notes from the PST meeting so that it closes and moves on. And then here's what's even great. If nobody has ever said this, we're a very transient state in Alabama. Our kids move. We have great industry all across the state. It is not uncommon to have students move from Baldwin to Huntsville. Well, if I have Brandon, who's a third grader in Baldwin, who has been in a reading intervention because he's deficient, and he moves to Huntsville, well, in the past days, what's happened? We've had to wait on records to be sent. You don't get that teacher level detail of what have they been doing in an intervention. Well, now, when little Brandon moves from Mobile to Huntsville pops them up and they see exactly where Brandon was in the intervention. So instead of him sitting in the classroom for 3 months and we realize, oh, he's got a deficiency, we need to put him, they are able to pick right back up where they left off in Mobile, and we keep moving kids forward, and we're going to lose, like, this gap that we've always had with our student supports. It's going to go away. It is going to go away because this just puts it all right there in them. Principals see this, our interventionists see this, but most importantly, the classroom teacher has it all right there so they can see the whole child and everything that affects them.
And one other thing that you forgot is this is information that when you have a parent-teacher meeting, it's right there.
100%.
So they can't say, oh, Billy was an angel last year.
That's it. You look at that historical. And we know that we have children that something happens, unfortunately deaths of parents, movements, things like that happened, 2 years ago that now rear its head in high school, and it's that kind of stuff. So getting that overview of that back, making sure that we get that holistic view. As a principal, I'm able to look at all of that data. As a superintendent, I'm able to look at it. One other thing that is really cool, and I didn't mention this on the other slide, all of those dynamic graphs that you see here. So let's say that you're in a meeting, you're the superintendent, you're like, yeah, this is great. Now what about my sub-pops? How is it if I wanted to look at this just for my special education students? With one button click, they can take that filter button and say, show me these views through the lens of just my EL students, just my SPED students. So instead of somebody taking that spreadsheet and having to recount kids, it flips every one of those pages and gives you your dynamic outputs through the view of that group of students that you need. I have built-in filters. A teacher can go in and create what's called a student group, and that can automatically become a filter. So if the teacher needs to look at their charts and graphs through their group filter of these 20 kids they have in an intervention, it slices it in less than 5 seconds. Like, it's instant. We get time back so that they can focus on the kids instead of focusing on the paperwork. So that I can't say how much this right here is impacting. And then just to show you right here, this really jumped off from that SREP and the portfolio. We want to get it out of the paper. So you are looking live now at what the SREP looks like
let's
inside.
Explain what an SREP is, the student reading intervention
Yes.
plans. They're required in the Literacy Act for certain students.
And so
Okay,
now
keep
they
going.
all live in, I get to do definitions because I'm an acronym nerd. They live in here, and instead of that piece of paper where the teachers are having to fill out the data that already lives in the CS, are they special ed? What is their GPA? What is their this? It already feeds that in there. It feeds the attendance data, the assessment data inside of there. And they literally are just updating the parts and pieces of, are we going to assign them an intervention? What did we call out with the parents and things such as that? And this lives with them. And it stays with them, and they can, when it ends this year, make copies, do it next year. It's easy button clicks, and it's real-time entry. And just this past weekend, we loaded all of the interventions. We have created a substantial number, breaking down to very small tiers so that they can be very poignant in what they're wanting to target with the students inside of there this weekend. And we start our training on the interventions that they will be assigning to the students in April. So this summer, our summer reading camp, our summer math camp, the interventions will be done inside of here, recorded, and they will see who is on target, who has completed an intervention, have they moved to another intervention. It'll actually be a really good way to see if their interventions are actually working, because they'll be able to see diagnostics on how many are completing and are not, and are they moving their assessment scores based on those interventions. So lots of triangulation of data by the technology, which should be doing it in the first place.
So take me to an individual student in the center. So the teacher will go in,
Mhm.
he or she will see a list of interventions. Maybe a child has multiple issues.
It could
You
be.
have multiple, okay. So the system will let you select multiple interventions. And then as the child moves through those with the teacher, or assistant, then you can check those off.
Correct.
And we can see in real time exactly what they've completed and not completed. So if a teacher had to step away, another teacher could step in.
Yes.
That's where I'm going with this. Summertime is fluid. So a teacher could step in and sort of see where the child is in real time and then pick right back up.
Yes, and summertime also, we know that typically there are multiple teachers that are working with that group during the intervention. And this allows you to attach multiple staff to those student plans, because I go back to, it takes a village. And so we can attach multiple people to that so that they all have the eye. If I need the counselor, because it could be that maybe there's an academic intervention that needs to be done for a specific deficiency in reading, but maybe there's a foundational wellness and attendance that's an issue as well, that they're on an attendance plan and or behavior plan and an academic plan. That does happen at times, and so you see all of them together and can intertwine.
My question, since you brought that up, I'm sure there are provisions about keeping student data secure. And I'm
Very
not
much
talking
so.
about beside the outside world, I'm talking about
Within.
within. So is that how,
It's
is it a
very-
password or is it a?
Oh, well, it's so the districts get to decide how their security logs into how they normally pass their,
Access
some
their
use Google, some use
data.
Microsoft. But what we have in the pass-through is, for a classroom teacher, you only see a student's data that you have on a classroom roster.
Correct.
So if you're Brandon and Stacy's class, you can't see it over here in, Johnny and Angela's class. You don't do that unless you've purposely been tied to them through that student plan. So it's very locked down, and it depending on what level. If you're a classroom teacher, you see yours. If you're a principal who has access to an entire school, you see that school. If you're an interventionist that has access to all 3 elementary schools, then you see comprehensive data for all 3 elementary. So it's very tiered to the level of lens.
That will be a question.
Yes,
And that's part of your signing identity,
correct.
and you set that up
Yes,
every
sir.
year?
I assisted all the districts. I had 160 separate phone calls and setups, and myself and the Power School coaches worked very hard to get each one of those security signups set on. And in fact, every time a certificate expires, we know about it because we have to go in and have them redo it. But that's okay. I would do whatever work to make sure this stayed in those teachers' hands, because it is unbelievable.
The other, pardon me, I didn't interrupt. The other aspect is parental access.
Mhm.
Okay, will we have parents who come in, be able to see the data on their students?
So they currently can already. So one thing we have to keep in mind is that this data is all being ingested from the multiple data sources where this is housed. So this makes it condensed. So they already have a parent portal to the SIS where they log in and see where all of this is coming from on that student.
And they can see their individual side.
Correct.
That's what I was asking.
Yes, sir.
Well, for years we've been begged by teachers to reduce their paper, so.
This is
This is it.
that is
Well,
very
And they've also done some things, like, at one point, I know early on, we had it's not even a glitch, but there was an attendance thing where the attendance clerk had to basically enter attendance in 2 places. And we fixed all that so that there's less and less and less for the local folks to have to do. Now, somebody still has to enter the attendance for the day, but they don't have to go to 2 different screens and do it. And so it'll pull, which also, of course, created anomalies in the data, because somebody might be absent on one screen but not the other screen, so then we pulled a report, it wasn't correct. So They've really done a good job, and I give Stacy credit on that, to pull a team together. She's one of the few people I know, she does speak in acronyms, but she's one of the few people I know who can talk to people like me who don't understand it, and the high-techy people who do understand it, and a kindergarten teacher who doesn't even want to understand it, but just wants it to work. And she lives in all those worlds and makes sure that everybody gets what they need. And I think it's all been I've heard mostly positive. The only negative I've heard are from a few school system leaders who have, and their complaint has been, you know, what do you not like about it? And then when it comes right down to it, what both of them said was, you can now see everything going on in my school. And I'm like, yes, we can.
Whoa.
On a daily basis.
And they can, so it's like, well, yep.
But they can too. That's the
That's it.
positive. They can see what's
That's
going
it.
on in those schools too.
It sort of gives you an eyeball.
And I'm sure cybersecurity is a strong component of what you're doing.
100%. So my life in education, I was a classroom teacher for 13 years, and then I moved into tech director. And so everything that I look at is through that lens of purpose, and make sure that we're complying with every data security act that we have to. I take that extremely seriously. So that was first, and that's one reason, which I will say we stood this up in a very quick time, in less than a year, but the first component was security.
We deal with a supercomputer group with it, oversight.
Oh, actually, no, this is a hosted solution through PowerSchool themselves, so.
So our security is through PowerSchool, not.
It's a team. It's kind of a team effort between the LEA and how they originate the security, and then how it passes over into PowerSchool. There's a handshake in there that it makes it take place. Same thing that.
Supercomputer still has the network.
Yeah, the internet access.
So it will flow through their physical fiber.
They're protected.
But the storage is not done through the supercomputer authority,
Correct.
nor here at the department.
Correct.
But their filters still will be protecting your data.
Oh, yes.
That's what I work with them, where I live.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's great information and great news.
And this is what you were telling me when I came on the board. The only complaint I heard was there's so much paperwork for the literacy. So this is what you were telling me was coming.
It's coming, yes, ma'am.
Now it's here.
But
Now it's here.
you know, we've been saying it's coming for so long, and it is finally here. And the training, will you explain that one more time, how the training's being rolled out? Because the training has to get to that kindergarten teacher too. So how are we doing the training?
And there's been different levels. We took this back because we did not want to feed the districts by a fire hose with everything that this thing would do, because it's a lot. And so we actually started back in November with the dashboards first, brought them in and showed them how the dashboard worked, and had them to start validating their data to make sure that our flows of the processes were working correctly. And then we put the student plans in there, trained those in January, and so we're doing teams, bringing in teams from each of the districts to work with PowerSchool and the PowerSchool coaches and the ARI and MTSS teams to learn how to use the functionality, and then talk best practices. You know, just because this is now easy to give a student a plan, don't put 1,500 plans on a kid. You know, let's make sure we're purposeful, pointful, and moving kids small little pieces. And so the next piece is the MTSS intervention. So starting next month, we'll bring in the teams again, show them how to use these interventions that we have so far, the functionality, what the purpose is, the plan form for this summer for summer math and summer reading camps, and then go beyond there. Now, after we get all of this is what I'm going to call the vanilla version of this product. The other part that is one of the reasons this vendor was chosen is because once it's handed off to us as a completed product, if there are other things that we need, if there's another intervention, if there's a new plan that we must do within the state, we here at ALSDE, me, Stacy, can log in and we can create those for the districts.
Oh,
if there's a new dashboard, like right now we've built the Literacy Act dashboards to give them the number of students who were retained third grade and all those reporting requirements. As Numeracy Act comes in and all those come in, we will stand those dashboards up. We'll start standing up, because Career Tech's not a part of these right here. We'll stand up some Career Tech dashboards. We'll really talk to the districts and get their ideas of what they need to see to help them facilitate, and we will be able to own that and not have to wait on a company to build it for us.
That's awesome.
It just keeps getting better.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I would, as she goes back to her seat, I would also just say this, like Ms. Manning, going back to your question. If you're out, because y'all are out in the district, if you hear first grade teacher, second grade teacher who is still complaining, just know there's a chance the training hasn't got to them. Will you please let us know? Because we need to make sure that this trainers is getting to every person. And if somebody didn't quite understand it, we want to make sure we close those gaps. We don't want somebody out there who's not taking full advantage of it because they don't understand it or don't know it's available to them yet. And as many teachers as we have, there's a good chance there's somebody that the training's not getting to. So we don't nobody's gonna get in trouble. We just need to know so we can resolve those issues.
One question, she mentioned the MTSS.
Mhm.
How many of our schools are not participating in the MTSS? Do we know?
Good question. I don't know if anybody in here knows, but we'll find out.
There she is.
Dr. Melissa Shields, you want to come up here or?
I can come up here, or I can stand back here, whichever one is.
Just so
We
we
like
can
to
hear
see
you.
you, Ms. Shields, come up here. It's like people said, I don't even hear with a microphone. No, we can,
Well, I am a high school English teacher, so I promise you, you can go to that microphone.
everybody says that.
The expectations, all of our schools are involved in multi-tier system of supports. Now, some schools asked to go through very specific training, we had some pilots in the beginning to make sure that we were rolling it out and to really look at our process and refine that along the way to see what we needed to do to make sure our schools had the materials and the resources. We recently released a PST manual, which we're really proud of because a lot of our schools have wonderful interventions and we applaud what they're already doing. We have a lot of schools, particularly our middle and high schools, that are trying to refine the way they do interventions. I'm a secondary teacher, and I know that that is an issue that we have needed across the state in terms of RTI and other academic and non-academic interventions. So our PST manual offers guidance. We're very clear to say this is not prescriptive. You do not have to use this document to fidelity, but as schools are exploring better options to promote interventions, like I said, that can be social and that can be non-academic as well, and academic. So there's so many things really: behavior, attendance, graduation rate, hunger disparities. All of those things fall in the confines of multi-tiered systems of supports. And so we provided a number of scenarios, like here's a situation, you've got this student with this thing going on. Here are some exemplar first steps and what that can look like. And so schools that already have great systems in place, we applaud them and say don't change what you're doing. But if you are trying to continue to hone best practices that fall under MTSS, because remember, MTSS is a construct. It is not a thing. What you do every day falls under multi-tiered systems of supports, where you're working with community agencies, churches, healthcare systems to provide support to our children and their families. And so the work that most of our department do every day, I would say all of our department falls in some caveat of MTSS. So the short answer is the expectation is that all schools in Alabama are part of that multi-tiered systems of support. Our response to intervention, response to instruction is the law. You know, we make that very clear. No matter if you're a kindergarten student or you're 11th grade student, our job is to be gap standards for these children and figure ways to support them. So that's the short answer, but I'll be happy to share our documents with you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. That's all you need?
That's all I need. I've been to a couple of rollouts
Yes, ma'am.
in some systems, and it is great.
It is.
But then I know there are some systems that haven't had the rollout. I didn't know if they were using the process or not.
Yes, we went MTSS for all last year because we had done a series of pilots and we learned from that. And then as we continue to be nimble and make sure we were more responsive to our schools. So it is MTS for the entire state now. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, well, thank y'all. So next we're going to virtual and charter schools performance discussion. Ms. Washington's coming up for this. We've got a little handout. We just were asked to look at, kind of pull out where our virtual schools and charter schools are performing. Also, Logan seriously is with us. I've got to meet with Logan, briefly, like 3 minutes in the hallway during lunch. And she, excuse me, knows Logan doesn't technically work for us anymore, but we work with her, because she now is the executive director of the Charter School Commission. But she has some additional information, on the charter schools too. So we'll let Ms. Washington go first, and then if Logan's okay, I mean, you can come on up if you want to.
Sure.
But let's look at this. This is loaded in your assembly now, so if you want, you can look at it here, or you can go home and also review it a little bit. And I think Ms. Searcy has some handouts, but we can also load those into the assembly later, also, so you have it at home.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be before you this afternoon to give you information relative to our virtual and charter schools. And what we plan to do is present to you information on the state A through F accountability system, being our report card for those, both the virtual schools and charter schools. Just as a reminder, this slide just basically refreshes our memory on the various indicators that we have for schools with a grade 12 and schools without a grade 12. As you well know, if a school has a grade 12, we look at academic achievement, growth, progress in English language proficiency, chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, college and career readiness. And if it is a school without a grade 12, we look at academic achievement, academic growth, progress in English language proficiency, and chronic absenteeism. So those are the various indicators along with the weights for each. Those are present weights as of today. The next slide basically just.
How long have these weights been in effect, and who determined them?
There was a task force that was put together to determine not only the weights but the indicators. That task force started right after we actually the law was passed for the report card, and we've been doing the actual A through F report card now.
18.
Right
First year we issued
after
it
was
in 18.
in 19.
Yeah,
In 2019 was the first year we actually had a score that was publicly available.
That's always the question about how you do the weighting to
Right.
me, so I want to get.
And if I made Dr. Mackey say that we are in the process of.
We are, I was going to bring that at the end, but let's go ahead and talk about it. So we are, one of the things that I committed to you was that this year we wanted to look at the whole high school and elementary school accountability piece. And so we're pulling a task force together now. We have identified a superintendent from each of your districts. They've all been notified. I don't know that they've all said yes yet, so I don't want to put their names out there. Plus, we've asked the associations like AEA, SSA, school boards to give us some names also. And they will be convening a task force by the end of this year. They'll look at A through F report card, both the weights and the components, because there are, and I can explain, and going more into that. Well, go back to that last slide, if you will, Ms. Washington. Let me show you. So, for instance, these are the components that were settled. We had this, as she mentioned, a huge task force. I was on it. I think Ms. Washington and Ms. Martin at the time were the kind of the facilitators on behalf of the department. I guess it started when Dr. Bice was superintendent, or maybe Dr. Morton.
Dr. Bice.
Dr. Bice. It went through several iterations. Just to open a little bit of an old sore, you may remember, but no report card was issued for many years. And so when I was selected 6 years ago next month, I said that if I got the job, we would issue a report card the first year, and we did. So that was the first one. It was not easy to get all that, to make it happen in about 6 months, but we did issue a report card that year, and we've been doing it every year since. We only missed the 1 year because we didn't have data in 2020. But that means we've now had 5 A through F report cards over 6 years, and it is time to kind of look at it again. So when I don't want to predict what kind of work we're going to want to do, but just a sample here is one of the things that was early on looked at is adding additional indicators for like the students in the lowest 25% of performance. So not just looking at all your growth, but the students in the lowest 25%, what kind of growth did they have? Other states have that because not every state's going to have really low performing students maybe, but every state does have a bottom, or every school has a lowest 25%. Those are relatively different from school to school. But that was something the committee looked at, we talked about, we had legislators on the committee, and the committee, or eventually that was dropped. I don't even want to say why, but it was decided we didn't want to do that. So those are kinds of things. It's not just amending these weights, saying, oh, we're going to go to 22% on this and 21% on this one. It may be that there are other indicators we'd want to bring to the board and change some of them. So the weights could be part of it, the indicators could be part of it. I probably have staff upstairs now writing their resignation letters. We don't want people to quit. We're also going to look at the, we've had lots of questions, y'all know, and many discussions about the high school accountability piece with the ACT. If the ACT is the appropriate test for accountability. The SSA did another survey. I think it's our third survey now, and I believe it's up to like 70% of superintendents want us to reconsider high school accountability assessment. So we're going to throw that on this committee. And there are actually 2 or 3 other things we're going to throw on them. We want them to look at the computer, we're looking at is requiring computer science. That's come out. We talked about that at a previous work session. That's a push now for the states to require computer science for high school graduation. We're going to give that to them. So this task force will have a wide array of things to look at, because in my mind, it's not good to have 3 task forces working on different recommendations. Let's just look at the whole thing at one time. They may bring partial recommendations to you. So they may come back in 3 months and say, well, here's a little bit of what we recommend, but we're still working on something else. But we suspect by next winter, we'll have a slate of recommendations, which may be that they don't want to change anything. And we'll bring that back to the board. But as soon as we get confirmation that they've accepted, we'll get you. Now, I don't think we've gotten any of the names in yet. Now, I've got some association people here. I don't know that we've gotten any of the names back. We may have some of them back, but let's wait till we get the whole slate, and then we'll let you know. But it'll end up being, like I say, we've got a superintendent from each of your districts. We've got, we've asked the associations for some more names. It's probably going to be 21, 22 people on this task force, which is about the biggest number you can really kind of manage. We'll do some in-person meetings, I'm sure, and probably do some virtual meetings. But I'm excited about it. And the people who've talked to me about it are very excited about it. And I will tell you, the word's getting out there, because now we're getting, pretty much daily, I'm getting requests from principals and superintendents, can I be on the task force? Well, we really can't. I mean, we're going to limit, obviously, what we can do. But it's a really good group. Ms. Martin and Mr. Markham worked really hard to make sure we had good representation across the state. And I know they're working with the associations to make sure the same thing. So as soon as we get those names, we'll get them to you.
So what does the board do as part of that role?
That's what I'm
We'll bring,
Rubber stamp it?
all that'll come back to the board then. Those
So what is the
recommendations will come
approval
back to the
and
board.
implementation process?
Yes.
To amplify what I think she said, what is the approval and implementation process? Is it gonna go to us, and then what timeline? This is completely different what you're talking about, but it's very significant.
No, yeah, she's got to get back to that. But so,
But it's important.
again, by next winter, we hope to have it all. But now, so for instance, looking at high school accountability assessment, that ultimately is your decision. If you want to change it, you want to keep the ACT as our accountability assessment. Again, ACT could be a college readiness piece, but if you wanted a different accountability, well, the assessment, obviously the task force, their recommendation would be back to you. This is what we recommend. Now, let's say if they said, well, we want a different test, well, then we got to go out and do an RFP for a different test. It's not automatically done, but that will all come back to you. We'll bring these recommendations on any changes on the report card back to you. As far as timeline, I can't give you a specific timeline, Dr. Reynolds. I think they need time to do the work. Be a number of months.
If you change the report card this year.
It won't be this year's, no, sir.
No, he said winter.
No.
But I
Well,
do have,
whenever you change the report card,
I do have a question
what
though. I
the
didn't
delay in the
get finished.
implementation before those systems get a report card? That's
Right.
what they want to know.
Well,
Yes.
I
So-
don't still have a question though that
Sorry.
hasn't been answered. And that is, the board's role, because we actually represent people, and I will not be here, I'll be in Dr. Chestnut's district by that time, so I'll be bugging her as a constituent. But that said, what role does the board have besides bringing it to the board and saying, this is what we want to approve? What if our constituents don't agree? Because ultimately, it's like everything in education, if we don't have students and we don't listen to those parents and those people who are actually not only voting for the board members who serve, but also they're the ones who decide where they want to send their children. And the legislature is changing it to the point where it's highly competitive. And if they don't have the same requirements, we, as a board, need to be aware of the fact that ultimately you're going to be held responsible. I'm held responsible. That's why I abstained in a vote this morning. It matters what the legislature does, obviously, but in the end, I was elected to serve the people of my district as a state board of education member, and we had, I've had this discussion with so many people. The board's role has been so diminished since I first became a part of the board. And when you talk about the task force, there's a key group of people and it started about the time that we talked about the report cards. And the real reason why the report cards were not done at that time, those who are here know that because there were so many requirements from so many different, I don't want to say agencies, but levels of government, that it was actually a good thing that they delayed, because we would have had to revamp it over and over, because it changed even after it changed the first time when we had the requirement. But I go back to the original. People call us because they think we can solve problems. But more and more, I'm having to send it to the office. Obviously, there are delicate issues. Recently, in part of my district that are already a year old. But the point is that there's some things we can do and we should do. And at this point, you're not talking about the board being involved. And you have people here who've been involved in education for some time. And if our wisdom is waited till the end, I mean, that's what you've done. I mean, when you present this, you presented it, yes, it's great to have these highly qualified people as part of the task force, but at some point, there may be some changes that the board members see that need to be made. And so that's where, instead of just saying, here, you've got to approve it, at some point, the board needs to be involved. That's not why we were not elected to be rubber stampers, as one of the former board members used to say.
I agree.
And that's, that's a real concern, because we won't have a board after that in the state of
So would y'all like to get input from the folks in the field, or would you like to just drop it and we stay where we are?
I think it's
Think
both.
about that.
It's both.
Just think about it. That's,
I think it might be great if we were able to do parts, get feedback, do another part, get feedback, do another part,
That's what we've done.
and then do the full
okay.
thing. We
Well,
gotta
that's
give
good.
time for some changes if necessary, or,
Okay.
Break it down, I'm
And
sure
after
there's
y'all-
components.
cause I know it's going to be a huge task.
Yeah, and that's why I said I think that you're gonna see pieces at a time. I think if we wait until they make recommendations on
Right.
everything before we bring you a report, it'd be a long time. But we could, and now we've gotta get the group together first and see kind of what's the top issue. Fortunately, there's no burning issues here. The report card this year, going back to Dr. Reynolds' question, so any work we do will not affect the report card that'll be released in December of 24, because we don't, or November, should be, normally we do it in November. This year we had to wait because of something. Some district data that's what it was. We got a couple of districts that data was incorrect and they needed to change it. But it won't affect this year's, because those data are already, they're being, some of that data is already being collected and being computed. And you're right, we wouldn't want to change on, high schools or elementary schools and say, oh, you know, what you thought you were gonna be graded on, we're gonna change all that. So I think there'd be a long runway. First it'd have to come to you, you know, there may be more changes, but once it's, and going back, it depends on how long until you kind of settle on what you want. So for instance, and again, I know that ACT folks are listening because they listen to all of our meetings. We're not saying we would do away with the ACT or that we would not use it as the accountability test, but 70% of our superintendents have asked us to look at it. So if they come back and bring you some recommendations, and then you say, well, we want to do this or do that. Well, if that requires another RFP, then that process is usually, I mean, it's six months to a year. Then you know, and so it would be years away. Let's say years. It would take a couple of years to fully implement a big change like that. A change, if we said we were going to change, you know, graduation rate and chronic absenteeism, or graduation rate in college and career readiness, that could obviously be done. It could technically be done almost instantaneously, but again, I know we wouldn't want to do that to districts if they didn't have some runway to know, well, we're going to, you know, the priorities are going to shift. So I think you'd still want to give them a year to say, we're going to change the report card, but this is what it'll look like, say in, you know, November 26 or something. None of the things move fast with this kind of stuff, but again, it's not like we're in a position, we have a good test that's a solid test, 2 through 12. So ACAP and ACT. It's not like there's any burning issue that when I came in, remember, we didn't have a state test. We were under orders from the feds to get a test within 24 months. That was different. We're not there now. We have a report card. Nobody's really complaining about the weights. People are questioning, well, is it time to look at it? It's time to look at it, but it doesn't, you know, ultimately that'll be up to you if you want to make changes. And then the other things would also, they're kind of the same. Like there's no immediate, like adopting the computer science as a graduation, some sort of graduation requirement. As y'all know, code.org's had 9 computer science requirements. We were one of the first 6 states or so to get approved and show up blue on their map that Alabama's a, you know, computer science forward state. Well, now they have 10, and the new one is requiring computer science for graduation. Not immediately, but starting in the 2030s. So, but again, if you're going to do that, well, we got to figure out how we're going to get there between now and then. There are like 9 states that have already, most of them have actually they've passed legislation saying they're going to do it, and then they've passed it on to their respective boards and departments to follow through. I have asked our legislature, we don't want you in doing that. Let us work with the board on it, but that'll be something for this committee to come back and say, well, here's how we might could do that. So that one might be, you know, we might do one piece of this, and then others might get put off for a number of months. But as far as a runway of making actual changes, I think we are a few years away, not a matter of months or weeks.
I do know that a lot of the requirements that have been passed down to the state, and you mentioned part of the reason why there was a transition with the accountability system, and we went from an exit exam, and of course we had been adding to that, and it was the social studies part of the exit exam that actually caught a lot of people by surprise because the children they had difficulty. And I received a lot of calls, other board members did as well. But from the standpoint of when you talk to teachers, a lot of them are retiring because the changes have been so frequent, and they haven't been just little bitty, they've been a lot. And then from parents you're hearing, so why didn't I know that my child was required to have this particular, whatever it may be, requirement met by the time that they were supposed to graduate? Well, that's been part of the problem as well, because the changes have been so frequent. And again, I understand a lot of those are federal requirements that we have to meet. But I can remember somebody asking will we ever get rid of the exit exams? And those were new when I came on board, the first couple exit exams, the basic ones. They added, again, the social studies, which is, it's gone after that. And now, when you compare states with the ACT, which was something we discussed at the time, that was when Dr. Price was here, we talked about the fact that when you compare state to state ACT, when your state requires it and when every student takes it, it's going to be lower, obviously. But a lot of people do not understand that when you start the state comparisons with ACT. And that a lot of states don't require every student. And a lot of the students who are definitely looking at college and post-secondary, yeah, they take it because, and they're usually the ones who excel more academically. So the point is that we don't, there's a problem in looking ahead, and I think we've seen some of the issues that the legislature's dealt with, and they've had to go back and correct because they don't have those discussions. But at some point, we're going to have to look at how this impacts not only the teachers, but also the students in the long run. I don't know when it stops as far as the changes. Obviously, there are federal requirements that we have to meet. But in terms of what we can stop and what we can try to stabilize in the state, that's this board and of course you as superintendent. And that's as you talk about these things, we need to look back down. Now, history teaches us a lot in terms of potential issues, and I think a lot of our academic issues result from a lack of planning overall from the state perspective. And that's not all our fault. I think, again, the more the legislature's become involved and hasn't heeded your request as far as staying, letting us do it, there's been a lot more confusion. But anyway.
Let's return to our.
Okay, well, let's go back to the slide you were on then.
Okay, so what we have before us are the virtual schools and their A through F letter numeric and letter grade performance. Just in summary, what we have before you are the school's performance as it relates to the varying letter grades. Specifically, there is 1A, 2 Bs, 6 Cs, 4 Ds, 1 F, and then 1 ID. And of course, the ID is there because there's insufficient data, meaning that there is a student population for those students that were actually taking an assessment below 20 students. So in that regard, they receive an ID because a report is not generated on those particular students because we're under the reporting guidance, and personal identification then becomes a factor when we're trying to create a report for such schools. So total, as I stated, 15 schools as of today. And you can see that the letter grades vary. And just wanted to make something to bring to your attention as it relates to these schools. The virtual schools this year actually had 2 schools that were recognized by our most improved schools for the state, and those 2 were Houston County Virtual School and Dothan City Virtual School. They actually progressed by moving 2 letter grades from an F to a C. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention as well.
How many students are in these schools individually on the average?
When we look at, they vary. For an example, when we look at Baldwin County Virtual School, there are 289 students in that particular school, but they do go up as high as Eufaula City School, where we have 3,570 students. So it varies.
Yeah, point out that, so the Eufaula one, so of these 15, or 15 of them, aren't there? I think there's 15. So 4 of them offer statewide enrollment. So that would be Limestone County, Alabama Connections Academy, Athens City should be up there somewhere, the Athens Renaissance School, Arkansas, Alabama Destinations Career Academy, and Eufaula, the Alabama Virtual Academy. So they are open enrollment statewide. The others are they're run by the local system. Those 4, they also contract with the vendor to kind of run the school for them. But the others, like Baldwin County, it's internal, it's only for students from Baldwin County, and they control the content in Baldwin County. And some of them, Baldwin County used to, I don't know now, used to heavily utilize our access program for many of their courses. So they don't have to. The statewide ones don't, but most of these use all the access courses they can, and then they have to supplement others too.
So 4 statewide, say them again, Eufaula, Limestone,
Athens and Chickasaw.
Okay, and the approximate enrollment of the 4 statewide? Do you know?
Eufaula's 3,570, Chickasaw's 1,581. What with Limestone was the other one is 513 students, and what was the last
And
one?
Athens City.
Athens, 642.
Can you send that information just for all of those schools in terms of the numbers?
Sure, I'd be happy to add to all of it.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
And so, Dr. Mackey, returning back to something you said, the statewides do not use the state,
They do not use our state access program. You know, we offer online courses, and again, point of clarification here, just because they don't have a virtual school doesn't mean they don't have virtual education opportunities. So most of our schools are offering at least some virtual courses.
Sure.
Most of them come through Access, which is our state program we run here at the department. Through, we have 3 regional sites. They're Madison City Schools, Troy State University, and I think University of Alabama, is that right? We have regional sites, and then they are assigned one of those sites. And we pay for number of seats. We're right now doing pretty good with that. One time, we had more demand for online virtual courses than we could afford to pay for. The legislature we keep asking for our increases. So we have more and more students asking for virtual courses. Now, a local high school could have a student completely on virtual. Some of them do. So the student, for whatever reason, but they are still enrolled. Let me use my old stomping grounds, because I know we used to do this. I don't know if they still do, if anybody's listening from Jacksonville. But we did have students, some of them took 2 classes a day virtual, but sometimes a student would take all of their whole day on virtual. But they were not enrolled in a virtual school. They were still enrolled in Jacksonville High School. And so their test scores and all would reflect on Jacksonville High School, not on a virtual school. When the virtual school law came in, several of our districts, like Baldwin County was one of the first, opted to set up a separate virtual school. So if they have children in Foley and in Babynet or wherever, rather than them being enrolled in their home school, they enroll them in the virtual school. But not all the districts have chosen to do that. Obviously, if you're a smaller district, that's much more difficult to do. But the large districts, many of them have gone to that. We really haven't had any more. There was kind of an initial push to do that, and we really haven't had any more recently. But then those 4 we named, they opted to do statewide enrollment for their school, which of course anybody's allowed to do. And as you can tell, a couple of them are really big. The 2 up in District 8, Dr. Reynolds area, one time were larger, but they've shaved their numbers way down due to some other issues that they've encountered. So anyway, and some of them are more selective than others. So and I know, I keep talking about Baldwin County because Mr. Tyler and I have talked about his school. Not just anybody, or unless they've changed it, can go there. They have to apply that I want to leave my home high school and be virtual, and then they do a little bit of a vetting process to see if that student is a good match for virtual education, and that probably reflects in their score. So if that student's not a good match, then they try to, I'm not going to say they won't allow them, Mr. Tyler will be calling me, but they try to discourage them from entering a pathway where they might not be successful. Now, I think the one in Chambers County is so new, they didn't get a score. Brand new.
That was going to be my question. I know that is a function of ours of policy. So will we have a policy that to be called a virtual school, they should have so many students enrolled?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it's 250. Just like a regular school, for us to give them a separate school identification number, they have to have 250 students. And that was not the case originally. When, as things roll out, things change, and some of them opened with very low enrollments. And there may be somebody on here who got in under that old loophole and still has less than 250, but for new ones, for them to split off and create a virtual school, we require them to have 250 students, just like we do any other school.
So all these others, you think have that many or more?
Are there any less than 250? I think she's got all the enrollments there.
There are none. The only one that is in question would be Chambers County. Everyone else, they're above that 250.
So Chambers County is having to provide all the teachers for the virtual school based on their previous
That's right.
enrollment.
That's right. And if they are only enrolling, Dr. Wells, I promise I'll give you a question. Let me finish answering that one.
Anyway.
So let's, so for instance, I'm not sure Chambers' exact setup, but I use, since I keep picking on Baldwin, I'll use it one more time. Since they only allow students from their county, those students are moving from a brick and mortar county school to the virtual school. So they're not losing any funding because they are funded, because that student they were in a different school last year, but just like they had transferred from Robertsdale to Foley, they can move the money with that student. Yes, sir.
But surely
No, ma'am.
Well, finish up. I want you to finish up.
surely they won't have a principal and a counselor and a lot of immediate specialists and all of that if they're only have, how many students? 250. Less than 250.
It's a virtual school, not a brick and mortar, so some of those components don't exist. Really.
Is that correct?
I can tell you from where they are. Dr. Mackey, on the large schools, the system-wide schools, since they have students coming from all over, they're virtual, but they actually get treated in local taxes as though they live there. Correct?
I don't know about that. I don't know how they do their local taxes. All I know is it's statewide.
I know, I will give you perspective.
Okay.
In my county, there are 2 that are statewide. And those, when they distribute the countywide money, which is sales tax and ad valorem tax, those are counted because they report from you all like they're enrolled there. Their bodies are there, when they really aren't. So, do we look at those? There are only 4, and one of them is larger than many school systems. You follow it, virtual school is larger than many school systems in Alabama. And we're familiar, those of us who don't want to talk about it, situations that have arisen when the growth occurred with virtual schools. And so the impact.
So when we take enrollment, this is virtual or non-virtual.
I understand that.
We enroll, we do a report, and that is students who are enrolled in the county, who live in the county, and students who are enrolled in the county who live outside the county. When we turn in those reports to the probate judges, on our report, they do not get credit for students who live outside the county, even if they are enrolled in the county, unless there is a legal settlement, which Madison, Athens, Limestone County, and Madison City had a lawsuit in Huntsville City, and they settled it, and they settled and agreed to not use the state formula for how they do funding. So that's different. There's also a settlement, a legal settlement in Dale and Coffee County that also involves Ozark, Devil City, and Enterprise City. But other than that, I mean, we can't if they have a settlement agreement to not use the state formula, then they can go outside the state formula. But our formula is that countywide taxes are only distributed based on the children who reside in that county where the taxes are paid, no matter where they go to school. But in your area, I agree, it's not the same because they have a settlement that says they will not follow the state formula.
We'll go later. I don't want to talk about it.
They do, if they're a school, they earn what schools earn. So they get a principal, they get teachers.
So
I
did
mean, somebody
Chambers
has to
students-
teach those students.
Chambers County became, oh, you think it might have been early on that they got that?
Chambers,
ranking?
I
They
think
had a
they are
separate
just,
number?
I think they're brand new, and so they did not get a report card because they had not been established long enough to get a report card this past
And how many
December, I
students do they
think.
have? Chambers?
It's under 250, it is under the 250.
How much?
Here I have, it's 47 students.
47.
So are we
So they
providing,
won't get, so in that case, they will not earn principal and those kind of things for that school
okay.
because they're under the 250.
Okay, so, question that I have is on assessment.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the virtual schools, are they required to use the state assessment?
Yes, ma'am. Any of the public schools, virtual schools, charter schools, because charter schools are public schools, they're required to use the same assessments as would a brick and mortar school or a regular general public school.
Okay.
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
they required to follow the Alabama Literacy Act in terms of the science of reading?
That is a requirement as well, because they are considered to be a public school.
And the Numeracy Act?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, my next question is for Dr. Mackey, pivoting from that to House Bill 95 that was approved last week and is now over on the Senate side, that is virtual testing
Yes, ma'am.
bill. Can you enlighten the board on how that could affect this group?
I certainly can. Right now, with these students, even though they are virtual students, we require them to come into a physical site to take the state ACAP or ACT test. It's our accountability test. That is part of our, that's in our ESSA plan, the way we administer. One of the reasons they're called standardized tests is they're standard. Everybody gets administered, everybody gets read the same directions. Nobody likes it, students or teachers, but that's what makes them standardized. So what the bill would do is allow those students who are enrolled in one of these 15 schools to take the standardized test at home or in another setting. And so we've been vehemently opposed to it. It did come out of the House Education Policy Committee. And then as you noted, it passed, one of the last bills that passed the House on Thursday afternoon before the spring break. So it now moves to the Senate. One of the reasons I'm personally strongly opposed to it is that right now, the technology and the security is not in place to make those secure standardized tests from the home setting, which is why ACT tried to get an amendment put on to exempt the ACT from the bill. It doesn't really work because it doesn't name the ACT and it doesn't name high school. It just says that college readiness tests are exempt, but we don't use it for college readiness. We use it for high school, for graduation, for our accountability requirements. So because we don't use it for college readiness, it's not really effectual. We would have to, if that bill becomes law, we'll have to work through that. It's going to be very problematic for high schools because there's a chance now that if schools opt to do that, we would just have to give them an F on the report card because they would have no accountability measure. But they could accept that. Just say we're just not participating based on the report card and we'll take the lowest score. We have met with the House sponsor before it passed the House. He understands our concerns, and I've met with the Senate sponsor. What we have done, obviously technology is getting better, and there are now there are folks who take certification tests, or all kinds of tests people take online. Well, these people take all their tests online except that one standardized test a year. They have to come to a central location. So we have asked, but I've talked to some really good psychometricians, people who do this for a living around the country. And they tell me that they know this pressure's coming, and they are developing software, the programs, so that students eventually would be able to do this. And so we actually, because our contract is up in this next year, we have to rebid our test. Don't be a panic, that doesn't mean we have to change it, but we have to rebid the vendor for the test. And one of the things we will write in, Miss Maggie Hicks is not with us today, she's already working on this, is write this in as an option. Doesn't mean we would have to take the option, but we're going to say to anybody who responds to that RFP, if we wanted you to offer an at-home option, what would that cost? What would the security look like to make sure that it was of the same quality as the test we give at home? But we cannot do that before 2026. And I've made both the sponsors aware of that even if the bill passes, unless I'm put in a position where I'm forced to, we're not going to put our test that we're paid for in an unsecure location and put us in jeopardy of losing our federal funds and all sorts of issues. We just would, and they know that. So I've been assured that the Senate, there will be amendments made to address some of our concerns. Now, my deepest concern, and most of you have had, not everybody I've had to have this personal conversation with, but several of you I have, is, and I've told both sponsors this, in person, one on the phone, but directly, not through another person, that my biggest concern, and the reason I will oppose the bill, even if they amend it to put everything in that I want, is that the legislature in this state has never, ever, ever set the parameters for standardized testing. And they should not begin to set the parameters for standardized testing. That is something set by the board and the department. And so they've asked me, well, what changes can we make so you can support it? And now this is me, and y'all don't have to go, you don't have to agree with me, but I have said I will never support it on the philosophical basis that the legislature should not be setting the parameters for standardized testing, period. As far as what my objections are to the way the bill is written, I can explain those as I've been explaining to you, but I would still, even if they have fixed all those, I would be philosophically opposed because I don't want them to start, because then we will go down a rabbit hole. Every time somebody doesn't like the way the test is administered, then the legislature will try to get involved and change the way we administer it. And that could cost us with federal, because standardized tests are important. And as y'all remember, and I don't want to go back to it too much, but we're getting deep into testing. That was one of the problems we had before. We didn't have an approved test. And we used a test. We did the department, and before I was here, I can't complain. They did the best they could using a test that was not designed for that, so we would have some kind of scores. But we were under a lot of pressure from the feds to get an approved test quickly. And when we did, but we just don't want to get back. We have been on the feds watch list for so long, and we're not anymore. And we don't want to get back there. So I would like for the legislature to stay out of it. But now I've told them that, and then it passed out of the House, I think with no opposition within 2 days after I said that. So not, it's what it is. But we will try to work in the Senate to stop it up there if we can.
Can this bill be coupled with the Choose Act? So if a parent decides to move to a private school, obviously they have now the ability to draw that $7,000, which would go to the school. I'll make that clear. But those schools, those private schools or home schools, do not have to adhere to any kind of standardized test from our standpoint, correct?
From our standpoint, that's correct. They do have to administer a test and report the test, but it doesn't have to be the state test, nor does it have to be an equivalent test.
And so when I read the bill, this bill is very short. It was very specific. It drilled way down into the number of devices and cameras and that sort of thing. So I have a concern about the bill being so specific that it is pointing to a vendor. And we have to be so careful that it's a competitive process if we're going to move toward virtual testing at home. And if that is something that is going to become an important part of public education, since 90% of the enrollment in our state is those children are sitting in public schools. If that's going to become a major component in their education, I think that this is vitally important that we reach out to our legislators and explain that we are working on a virtual testing module and that we request the opportunity, in this case, to develop that out before they pass something that may be so specific that it may actually not be in the best interest of our students.
And I would, if I may add on to that, this is just a note to think about. Whereas I have been contacted by multiple lobbyists on this bill, I have yet to this day to have heard from any one of those 15 superintendents that they want this.
And this virtual testing module would be for these virtual schools only.
It would be only, well,
See,
not
that's another
necessarily,
issue.
no.
That's another issue.
Yes,
See, that's
no,
my
no.
point, is that it's open as I read it.
It's open. It says virtual schools in it, but it's certainly open to interpretation that it would apply to virtual students who would not actually enroll in a virtual school.
Exactly. And
More
what about the ones in
importantly-
the traditional schools? Is it just for this bill?
Well, I'd have to pull the bill up. It does say virtual, but
Okay.
it would also possibly open a window for us because, we have, if the student, in my mind, as a non-attorney, Mr. Swan, once we create a less restrictive environment for testing, then any student who qualifies for an IEP would be able to claim that as their least restrictive testing environment. So I think it would be open to any student who had an IEP. If their parents said, my student will test better at home than they do in school with a classroom of students, it would be hard to say we're not going to allow that accommodation when we allow it for however many thousand, 10,000 other students. I mean, we've got these 4 she called out, but there's, 11 more, so.
6,200.
Yeah.
I even see
Are there-
homeschoolers.
Are they lots of vendors that do this technology?
Specific.
They're not, I don't know that there are a lot of them, there are some, yes.
It's pretty specific. If you read the bill, it drills down to literally the number of devices, and so I don't know how you put that in a law. That may be a good idea, but I think that would be a competitive process for the folks that want to hire companies to do that.
Who are the sponsors? I think I know, but.
The sponsors of this bill, Representative Stubbs from Elmore County and Senator Hatcher from Montgomery County are the sponsors.
Ross Party.
Yeah, and it received bipartisan support in both the committee and on the floor in the House. So charter schools, the next slide.
Back to you.
As we go here, I do want, and I want to let, I don't know, Ms. Washington didn't know I was going to invite Ms. Susie to the table, so I'll let Ms. Washington go first. But I will say this, I want to say caveat that I want Ms. Susie to specifically be able to address. So, charter schools, I will say some of the scores are very concerning to me, but some of them don't get full credit. because they are like, they're not building out, so they don't have they're building up to a graduating class, they don't have a graduating class, and so they get deemed for that. And that happens to our traditional schools too. I'll give you a very specific example. Pike Road, when Pike Road was starting, and they didn't have a graduating class, so they couldn't get credit for the graduating class. They got a really not good grade on their first report card because they couldn't get graduation rate because they didn't have a graduating class. And the default is then it goes back to academic achievement.
Correct.
And so basically they got double hit on achievement because they couldn't get graduation rate credit. When they got a graduating class, all of a sudden their score went up like 2 letter grades, and people were like, oh my gosh, they're doing so much better. Well, it's not saying they weren't doing better, but part of it was just the way the scores are calculated. And then Ms. Searcy can better explain that than I probably butchered it in the process.
You did a good job. I want, Chance to explain
Cynthia,
it.
would you like to talk?
Sure, that is correct what was just stated, and that's also the case sometimes with the virtual schools as well, as they start to grow the school out, because sometimes they will only have a certain cadre of students through a certain grade span. They may start with K through 5 students and then grow it into a K-12 situation, and sometimes they do the opposite. They'll start with 7 through 12 students and then bring on additional K-5 students. So in those cases, and there are times too when very small schools, the number of students in that particular graduating class varies from year to year. So you may have one year in which they have a graduation rate, but then the very next year they may not have a graduation rate because of the number of students that are in that graduating class. So one year you may have an indicator for graduation rate, the next year you may not have an indicator for graduation rate. So that holds true for all schools within the state that do not have enough students in that subgroup to report out on that particular indicator. But as we start to look at the charter schools, as of for last year's reporting, there were a total of 18 schools overall. And when we look at the summary of grades for the charter schools, we didn't have any with a letter grade of A, 2 with a B, 3 with a C, 4 with a D, 7 with an F, and 1 with an ID, because there again, there was not any students in a tested grade, which validates what I said previously. This particular school, Alabama Aerospace and Aviation, that school only had grades 9 and 10 last year, so they wouldn't have had tested grades in order for us to do a report card for that particular school. So overall, and we have a brand new school that came on and opened this year, that's Covenant Academy of Mobile, so they wouldn't have had a report card grade as well. But as stated, and these schools also, just like with the virtual schools, have varying grade configurations overall. So the grade configuration many times lead to more students, of course, being tested within the schools. Sometimes if the actual number is low in the high school levels, you're going to have fewer students tested. So it takes a greater amount of impact for you to see change in some of the schools. However, I do want to say, even with the charter schools, just as with the virtual schools, we did have a recognition school this year. It was Lead Academy Building B. They actually was recognized for improvement this year. They moved from an F on the report card from the previous year to a C as well this year. So we just want to recognize those schools as well.
And that was the average between building A and building B, was the ultimately being.
There's a K3 is building A, and yes ma'am, and for building B, it's a 4-8 school.
And
they have
building
2 campuses.
A had an F, yes.
They have 2 campuses.
And
So-
building
A had an
They're all
F,
on
however,
East
A
Boulevard.
really
Right on
only
East
had
Boulevard.
one grade level
Okay.
tested, so that
Yeah.
validates
Right.
what I said previously. So they had a 3rd grade to test, and that was just the only grade that we looked at as it related to the achievement component.
Right.
But ultimately, of course, we looked at the chronic absenteeism and the other indicators as well, the growth and everything else. But the building A, as stated, that was an F for that particular school, and then, for building B, it was a C.
And
And
those
the
are the
grades
grades.
K3 and 5-8 are the differences
Yeah.
in the grade information.
So in here, this just, you have the total number of students for both campuses combined, or is that just one campus?
I'm not sure if you're looking at mine, I just,
Yeah.
that's mine.
That's combined.
That's the total, that's the
Yeah,
total
that's what
number,
it looked
yes. Mhm.
And this, while they're there, let me make this note. This is a good relationship. It's working well. We're still having to work through it. Ms. Washington obviously is our assistant superintendent over all this assessment accountability. We still do all that internally. That's the department. We issue the report cards. But of course, the Charter Commission broke out and on its own as far as where they, grant the charters. They're actually now in a rehearing of, or I won't call it, I guess they've had a hearing on a school that may or may not ultimately have to close. But Ms. Searcy is still here in our building. She's working for the Charter Commission. We were able to get her some help also. So I think we've got a really good working relationship. I went with her to her budget meeting because she'd never gone to a budget meeting before. So we're glad to help with each other. But we're also we have to define sometimes where that line is, because people will call and they've got a conversion charter school and they want some information. Well, she still knows, the most about charter schools, so we want to use her expertise to help those folks too, even though they're not technically under the commission. And I want to say she's been gracious. And the commissioners, the new commission has been great to work with, and they understand that we've had to find this place where we are doing what's best for kids.
That's exactly
So
right.
it's been a good relationship with the new commission. I think it's the best relationship we've had with our
So
charter
far.
schools and the commission since this began.
They have quite a bit of expertise on the commission, and I couldn't be any happier with them or the amount of support that I've gotten here at the department and from all of you. And I saw it on the agenda, and I just wanted to make sure that I advocated for my charter schools, because they are working really hard to overcome some of the challenges that they have. And I wanted to make sure y'all had this information when they got started. For example, Acceleration Day in Eaton County, that was our first charter school. That was in 2017. So our charter sector is young. We have had some challenges that we have had to overcome, building capacity at certain levels with very little funding in order to do it. I have to speak to that. We're really pushing for extra funding, and Dr. Mackey helped me with that, because we have some challenges. Because our charter schools are not only schools, they are also the LEA. So they have to do all the reporting requirements that a central office in an LEA would have to do. Plus, they have to make sure that the academics are where they should be, that we have the operations capacity as well as the financial capacity. So yes, we have had some challenges, but we're overcoming them. And so I wanted to talk about the report card grade, and I noticed that everybody said, and this is not just unique to charter schools, and it is not. It is also with our smaller school systems that we face some of these challenges. One of which, of course, is, and I put that on here, I wrote it all out, little challenges that face with the report card. And I would love to ask that either a charter school leader or a commissioner be on that task force when talking about how to weight the report card, because I don't think the report card really takes into account what is happening at a charter school. When their whole plan is to grow by grade. So you're looking at students, maybe 100 a year at a minimum coming in each year. They have been maybe and they're all in high poverty areas where they're coming in at perhaps below grade level to begin with, and then they're getting tested 7 months later. And we know that you can't bring about that positive change in 7 months. You can't, so they're facing that challenge of just having that many new students every year. Most of them, and I wrote this on the last page, there's a list of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the charter schools do not have a grade level 12. So what happens when you don't have a grade level 12? Well, it gets pushed into that component, that graduation rate, that 30% gets pushed into achievement. So that makes that weigh more heavily than it would, say, for a school system that has a grade level 12. Because again, they're gonna get a district grade because they're an LEA, but their report card grade, plus they're going to get a school level report card grade. So that, all of that factors into how that report card looks for them. Again, their chronic absenteeism, many of our charter schools, they don't, they might have transportation, but they're meeting at certain points. The parents have to take them to certain points because these students may be coming from all over a city. It may be a really large city, or it may be small, like in Marion, Alabama, where they're pulling from all these different counties, and the parents are coming in and bringing them to a meeting spot for transportation. So our absenteeism is a little higher than we want it to be. So we're working on making sure that our charter schools get that transportation that they need. So that's a factor. Again, if they don't have, we had a senior class. They had 13 students in it, 100% graduation rate. But you know what? They didn't have 20. So that didn't factor as a 30%, 100%. It didn't factor because they didn't have 20. So that is going to affect their report card grade. So I just want to bring up these things. I wrote them all down for you, and I wrote again what Ms. Washington had already put, that the percentage weight are different for those school systems that have a grade level 12 and for those who do not.
And I'll point out too, that they do, so remember the charter school law does not allow virtual charter schools. We have no so these are two separate things. We have no virtual charter schools. And all the charter schools do take the same test in the same format as the traditional schools.
Yes.
And some of the things she's pointed out do affect some of our small rural schools too. So the same thing. Their students do really well, but they have fewer than 20 students in a grade. They don't get count. They don't get credit for that. So
and the commission
those are
is judging them or evaluating them in 3 different areas, not just academics. The report card counts, but they also take into the data of the other testing that they are doing. They also give them an operational evaluation, how they're doing in other areas of school performance, and they also evaluate them on their financial viability. So all 3 areas are evaluated each year. And I love what Stacey Worcester showed us today. That's going to make my job easier, the school's job easier in reporting exactly what's happening in the schools. And so we're happy that they're public schools and they can show what they're doing as well and how well they are achieving. So I just wanted to point out that it's more than a report card grade, particularly in terms of charter schools. And because they grow by grade and each year, and they don't have, many of them do not have that 12th grade, or if they do, they're really small. The transportation, the absenteeism, the fact that they're small, they might not have the English language learners to create that 20 subgroup. Again, not unique to charter schools. I bet you I have a lot of others who are listening going, yeah, that's happening at my school too, and I'm a traditional school. It's because it's true. But because we're a new and young sector of schools, the attention is on them. And so we can highlight it for them, but I think we should also highlight it for the smaller traditional school systems when we're looking at the components of the accountability score.
In the charter school system, y'all review, they have a contract length, right?
They do.
Other than all the other schools, they have actually a potential sunset.
That's
Explain that
absolutely right.
process, because
So
you've helped me understand that multiple times.
So a charter school has a 5-year term, and they have a charter contract where they have certain conditions to meet in that charter contract. Part of that charter contract is called a performance framework, where they must meet certain expectations in those 3 areas I just talked about: academics, operations, and finance. And so every year they have an annual evaluation in those 3 areas. And so they do that. At the end of their 4th, or at the beginning of their 5th grade year, at the end of their 4th year, we do a report. We analyze how they've done over those 4 years. And then that report helps to determine whether or not they're going to get an additional 5 years. Typically, it's an additional 5 years. So Acceleration Day and Evening Academy has been renewed. University Charter has been renewed. And then this past year, we had Lead and Legacy. That Lead was renewed for 2 years, and Legacy Prep was renewed for 4.
That's why they all don't get the 5-year automatic.
No, they do not.
They're on an absolute daily or yearly evaluation.
Absolutely.
And unlike our school, we can zap them and
You
out of
can't, you
line.
can't close a traditional school, but if a charter school is not performing, you can close it, or you can give them a certain amount of time in which you expect results.
I think that's very critical in us looking at what happens in that environment.
I think so, yes.
Are there
Thank you.
standards?
Oh, I'm
I'm sorry. I was about to say, in the closing of the school or whatever within the 5-year period, do they, once the school begins, are they given a set of standards that they are to meet? And if
Yes.
not, so you have the criteria
Yes,
for that?
so in their application, they put forth what they're going to do.
Mhm.
They suggest it, it then becomes part of the charter contract,
Okay.
that you have to do what you said you were going to do.
Mhm.
Now, they get that first 5 years,
Mhm.
and then the renewal comes probably at the beginning of their fifth year, so that if they were not to be renewed,
Right.
then there would be an opportunity for a transition.
And again, the laws that apply to traditional school apply to public charter schools as well,
Yes, well,
in terms of.
depends on exactly which laws you're referring to. We do have some law, most of the charter school law, basically, anything to do with safety, prevention, any of those laws, we're going to adhere to those very.
Reading proficiency, numeracy.
So there's a little bit of, I'm gonna say a little bit of gray area there, but all of our charter schools are choosing to participate. So it really has not been an issue there, because they, along with the Numeracy Act, along with the Literacy Act, we're also getting reading coaches and math coaches, and so they want to benefit from that too.
Sure.
So there really has not been the pushback that maybe could have happened if they had a problem with it. But our charter schools really do want to do well and achieve.
Sure.
So we haven't really had that kind of pushback. I think there is some gray area there, but so far we have not had to tackle that because they have chosen to participate.
And charter schools, unlike virtual schools, don't get local money.
Not now, no.
I'm saying, we're only talking about the now, here and now,
Yes, they would like to get local dollars,
but they
and
don't.
I would push for that for them.
That's
because
where the financial part of their thing is, they've got to fundraise.
that they have to
Like the
fundraise, they
Dothan
have to
student
get
meet the
grants.
fundraising criteria, so they didn't open.
So they're doing,
But all the virtual schools actually can claim local funding.
Do they all give federal dollars?
they get federal dollars, depending on what. They're all Title I schools. So they're all getting those federal dollars, they're all participating and doing what they need to do for students. They're in those at-risk areas, and so they are participating, and they follow the federal laws in regards to that. And they, and then again, the department's been instrumental in making sure that when they open, they're opening safely. We're getting the right people to go and check the buildings. I go, but again, I'm flanked by the people with the expertise in making sure that the tornado shelters are there, or that the fire extinguishers are all working, and that, the code, is up to date and all that, so that we know that they're safe, and that, because after all, that's the most important thing, that they're safe. You gotta be safe before you can learn. And so we're making sure that those kids are safe when they come into the building.
Yes, ma'am.
Acceleration Day opened in 17,
They did.
and I believe that's the oldest charter school. And yet their report card grade is an F. My question is, how does that compare to the evaluation grade that you all give?
So that's a good question. So their mission is to constantly drop out students. Those students who are not enrolled in school at all. That's their mission, is to go after those children who are either not in school or either have been in trouble constantly. I mean, they are after those children who struggle. So they have their own academic performance framework by which the commission judges them. And so we look at how many students, what their proficiency is, what their growth is, compared to when they actually got to school. And I'm happy to say they're graduating students, but they're still going after those students who are struggling and who are not fitting in anywhere else. They are sometimes the square peg going into the round hole. But this school, they got a daytime opportunity and they have an evening opportunity. So they can get in school, they're going after their workforce credentials. Mobile, Alabama has been unbelievably supportive of them, making sure that they're getting them into those jobs and getting them ready to be a part of Mobile's workforce. And they've really been very supportive. The Mobile Area Education Foundation, along with the mayor and others, have been very supportive. So I've been very proud of how that community has rallied around this charter school.
Where's Breakthrough located?
It's in Marion, Alabama. It's right near where Judson used to be and where MMI is.
Because they managed to get a D with a 53%,
I know,
absentee rate.
so their absenteeism, they're working on it. That 1 year that absenteeism was high. Some of these things charter schools are having to learn. For example, they had some issues, some facility issues. I think they had a couple of days they went home. Well, he didn't know that he could have a virtual option and count the students present. Some of those things that the traditional school systems are gonna know. They have that institutional knowledge of what's happening. Well, our charter schools, they might not know that yet, right? Because they're brand new. So immediately he went from that 50-something% to 40-something% the next year. He understands that's an issue. I'm talking about the principal, and they're still working on that. But again, he's taking students from all over Marion, Alabama, which is Perry County.
The interesting thing is they have to raise a lot of money.
They do.
I mean, that's the financial impact positively on us. We're paying less for some of them than we do for any
That's
other schools.
exactly right.
Because there's no local money.
That's exactly right. We would like to push for a local. I know. Listen to you. I would.
Well,
Has your wife been talking to you?
No, you call me often enough.
I know. So, and that is true. We are looking to get local dollars because these students, for the most part, are from that particular area. And I think the local dollars should follow them. That's not exactly what's happening because we don't control what happens in the local system. But I'm gonna push for that, yes. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I have one as a follow-up to what Marie mentioned as far as longevity and performance. Looking at this list, and of course the performance is not on here, the Ds and Fs and so forth come from remembering what was on the other list. And some that I've.
I'm happy to get that for you though.
And that would be helpful because I think
I'm
all of those
just trying to
factors
fight for the.
with the earlier discussion about looking at the report cards and the data and so forth, I think having a complete, just more data. You don't have to give me an overload, but I think that's key.
I can give you the performance frameworks.
And I think also.
Excel and things of that nature I could give you so that you could see exactly what the expectations are of the schools because.
Well, having followed charter schools since, we'll go back to 30 years ago when Arizona first started, and then there are a couple of other states that had one or two here and there. Very few states were even talking about it, and the reason why it was controversial, the same reasons we're discussing today, where they can draw even from outside perhaps the county, depending on the charter and what's approved. But that said, the argument in the beginning has always been, whether we're talking about Alabama or another state, has always been that we can do this because, and we can get rid of them because, all of the reasons you already know, so I don't have to rehash that. But with that said, there are some schools that, as it has been pointed out, for example, by Marie, the performance level doesn't match what it should, even though the mission of the school may be different from what the average person thinks charters are supposed to do. I always had a discussion with somebody who was pushing charters years ago, and the whole response was, well, they're really good charters, and then there are charters, just like in school, that don't perform well, and they probably won't, unfortunately, which is what concerns me is when, and I know that you mentioned renewal and shortening the renewal time. How is that determined? Because some of these, if you can use every excuse in the book, just like any other school can, but these are supposed to be part of the answer. We're supposed to have more flexibility. We're supposed to reach out to those that may not be in school because of, but it's not measuring up. And there's some, and I know a lot more about some of the others, and some schools know probably too much about because I've had a lot of calls and you know that I've had a lot of calls. But that said, that's what concerns me the most. Are we going to, since it's no longer under the board, are we as a state going to monitor those schools as closely as we do other schools? And they should all be. We should be on top of all of that. We shouldn't let it linger. And that's what I see in some of these situations that I know probably way too much about, but.
Well, I consider it my responsibility now as the executive director of the commission to make sure those are authorized by the commission, that you get your annual reports so that you can see how well they're performing and by which measures they are being evaluated. They each have their evaluation, so I can share Excel's for you so that you can see how the commission is evaluating them. And again, they're not just getting evaluated in academics, they're also getting evaluated in operations and finance. And the information that comes from operations and finance, I'm getting from the department. A lot of the information the commission uses, again, information that's available for all traditional school systems. For example, the compliance monitoring that goes, our charter schools go through compliance monitoring just like any other district that they are at the school level. So they're getting monitored in just the same way. So again, and I'll point to that first page. If you look at I went from present to back, but in the first page, our charter schools 2 years ago were at 2,853 students. We're now at 6,976, and I'm not even including the conversions. These are just the startups. So we are increasing in the demand for seats in the charter schools is so long that they can't give them enough seats. So, and I would suggest to you that when we get our new systems, we can see that the discipline and the behavior and all that climate and culture is unbelievably good. I'd love for you to visit some of the charter schools because I think you see
And I
that.
have, but I think the main thing is as we increase the numbers.
Yes, making sure that
is the
accountability
delivery,
is there.
what it is touted to be in terms of, I go to a charter school and make sure that like
Make
any
sure
other
the
school,
accountability is there. I think
Yes.
they have more accountability than the traditional school systems do because now
Well,
they're getting evaluated on the report card, but they're also having that annual report and being evaluated by the commission. So I think
Makes
that now that the commission is its own state agency, they're gonna be able to produce those reports, get that information out there to the public so that we can show that they are indeed succeeding. It's gonna take some time. 2017 was our first charter school, so we are still not even 10 years old. So we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I have faith that we will.
Thank you for the update today. We need to move on, let Dr.
Okay.
Mackey report. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you for letting me speak last minute.
Okay, so our last item, the main things I wanted to do was just update on a couple of legislative things. It'll actually go faster than you might think because we've already talked about several of them. So first, let me go back to the alternate teaching bill though, and kind of how that evolved. So we started originally, before the legislature ever got involved, we said we would pilot program this. Dr. Hoover mentioned this morning. She talked to Jane Meyer when Jane was still here. We said we would pilot a program and see how it worked. I forget how they decided who we would pilot with, but we did. We had some districts that did it. It did not go as well as we had hoped. I'm going to be honest with you. And so I didn't have as much interest in it. I won't mention the vendor, but it's not one of the ones that was with us today. But it didn't go as well as we had hoped. We had a lot of complaints about the vendor not being responsive. And so we told the vendor we were canceling that pilot. It had run its course, but we weren't going to bring it to the board to make that a part of our certification portfolio. But in the meantime, a bill got introduced in the legislature that said we would have to make it a part of our certification portfolio. And it passed, and so we did, and we brought to you some rules, and you remember that we went back and forth for a long time so everybody could feel good about it and get where we could get. And one of the things so this is where Kate comes in. I promise I'll make this not too long. We required Kate as a part of those rules, that they had to be CAPE accredited to provide alternate certification. I can tell you there's only one that's CAPE accredited, fully CAPE accredited at this point, and that's Dr. Hoover, who was here this morning. She's been, as she said, they were kind of the first to set up shop. I don't say she's the first anywhere ever. She's the first one to ever talk to me about it at a national conference I know years ago, and she was really a pioneer in that area of alternate certification in Texas. But then we were in the process last spring of starting the application process, and then a bill got introduced that basically would have to force us to change our rules. And we paused the process, and because she was in the process of wanting to apply, but I said, that was on me, I said, we don't need to start this and then have to change midway. So let's see first if, we can stop what's happening in the legislature. Well, indeed, the legislature changed the rules, and that's where you get, and what one of the ladies brought this morning, so they added language in this that said, it says CAPE or, basically. So if you look at, there are 4 things, and then the 5th one on page 3, it says if they don't meet one of these, then they can be CAPE accredited. I will tell you, in the vendor and the war between vendors and lobbyists, this one in here, it says, one of the criteria is that they cannot be on probation in another state. Somewhere it says that. Okay. Well, one lobbyist got that added to make sure that another vendor who was on probation in another state would have to be disqualified. That's just the way it was. And they were able to convince, you have lobbyists fighting each other, and the lobbyists representing the company that wanted to undermine the other company won out in the legislative process. So that nixed one of them. The part about 10 years, there are programs out there that have less than 10 years. So again, lobbyists for the companies that are older got involved and said, we want to not allow anybody that doesn't have 10 years service, we want to cut them out. The requirement to be in so many states. There are some that operate in fewer states than that, but again, lobbyists got involved and said, we want to set. So the lobbyists kind of crafted what they wanted, and despite our opposition, it passed. So it is what it is. So then we came back to you and we revised our rules, and we said they either have to, what our old rule was, they have to be CAPE accredited, or they have to meet these 4 things, one or the other. And that's what that's what the administrative code says now that you all approve. So immediately when that got approved, in I think February, we put out applications, and we've had now 4 to apply. We have denied 1 because, in our professional opinion, they do not meet the 4 criteria because they are on probation in a state, and they are not CAPE accredited, and they are nowhere close to being CAPE accredited. The one that came to you this morning that did not pass is not CAPE accredited, but they're not finished, but they are right at the end. They have their site visit left. So we treated them like we treat colleges. We have several colleges, we have a few left that are not CAPE accredited. One of which, they were in serious trouble last fall, and I won't mention who, but the president called me personally and said, can you help us continue to stay open while we get this worked out? We're going to change leadership. We're bringing in a person that can help us get CAPE accreditation, and they have recently gotten their letter, and I've talked to the president, and they're very happy, and we're very happy. It's not we didn't want to close the college down, but we wanted to help them get through the CAPE accreditation, so we lent them a bridge till they could finish. A very good institution, a very high-quality institution, but they had a hard time meeting some of the CAPE standards. So we've tried to treat everybody the same, but they're all coming different. As you heard this morning, these 2 have different. So the first lady who presented, they are not CAPE accredited, and they're not seeking CAPE accreditation, but they meet the other 4. You can start tying things together now if you want to. But Diane Huber's program, I teach, is CAPE accredited, and they may meet the other four. I don't know if they do or not. We haven't had that discussion because they're CAPE accredited, so it's either or, so you don't have to look the other side because they are. The hashtag teach that we had before us this morning, as I said, they're at the last step of CAPE accredited. I don't know if they meet the other four or not. I'd have to go back and look. But we'll find that out. So it is a moving target. Now there is Representative Collins and Representative DuBose have introduced a new bill, HB 308, which just dropped last week, that would change the part about CAPE accreditation to say this. They can be CAPE accredited, or the organization is a member of and accredited by a member of the Council of Higher Education Accreditation, or which specializes in educator preparation. So that would mean it's a membership organization. It's like, you can pay to join AARP. You don't have to meet certain health criteria or something. You can pay to join. So if that happens, then we'll have many more that'll qualify because they will probably go join that organization. So we're on record opposing this bill. But I'm sure we're going to have some hard conversations with legislators next week. So we'll deal with that. And I think some of y'all have talked to one or more of these two. I wish they'd never gotten involved in it to start with, as far as the legislature. But I talk to legislators almost daily, and between myself and Tina and Connor, we do talk to them daily. But we don't control the legislative process, so we'll see what I'd like to do is, I answer any questions you've got now about the bills, the process. This bill's not law, and so it won't affect what happens this spring anyway. So even if you say, well, what if they pass this and it becomes law in April? Well, we would come back to you because we'd have to redo the administrative code. So this will not affect any applicants for this upcoming school year.
You're not talking about HB 342, you're talking about another thing.
I'm talking about the new one, HB 308. And it's in your report that Tina sent out last Friday, or Tina and Connor sent out last Friday, Thursday or Friday. But if you want to go back and look at it, we can bring it to the top of your box. It's a pretty short bill because all it does is amend that one paragraph in the current law. But I'm opposed to it. I've talked to the lobbyist that's pushing this, and I've told him with no uncertain terms I'm opposed to it. But it is in committee this week, I think. It got immediately assigned to committee.
Does it have an effect? You said it's not effective. Does state law preempt our administrative code? Which has to happen first, or which is more?
Well, as it's
current,
current,
over here.
Yes, sir. So this act becomes effective if it passes on October 1, 2024. We would have to bring you rules, and you'd have to amend the rules, or we'd ask you to amend the rules to meet the requirements of the current law.
But if we don't, the law's in effect, correct? Is that right?
State law trumps our administrative.
That's what I said. That's exactly what I asked. We don't change the administrative code. The law is the law. That's what you just told me.
Well, that's true.
Okay.
But then sometimes in the state code, it will direct the board to, adopt an administrative code related to the law.
I understand. I don't know what that one says. I haven't seen it.
I do have a question because I wasn't there for all of the discussion back and forth last year. I did attend the live hearing when it came out of committee. So you noted the criteria that went into the bill, the 4 criteria. And I noticed those were states that they had worked, where they had successfully worked. There were 2 or 4, for a number of years, there were those criteria. I don't recall any discussion about the standards that they would have to meet. Was there ever a standards discussion about these companies in terms of their teaching standards?
No, ma'am.
I don't believe so, no.
That's why we put that in our administrative code, but you're correct, it's not in the law.
Okay. So there was no
There
discussion.
was discussion about it, pedagogy, and if there would be instruction on how to instruct. I remember that. I don't remember much more. There was questions about if there would be internships and student teaching or not, and that type of thing, but that
There
was.
was nothing.
And so,
Right.
and
And
so,
Siobhan also is the subject matter expert, so you feel
There was
free to.
nothing in the legislation either that said that we could require anything, because that's what happened previously. We had several standards there, and, you know, we had the conversation about whether or not the, providers would be able to meet those, and then that's when we came back, and there was another legislation that was filed, and it completely took away all of the things that the board had adopted previously.
so as I recall, from the hearing, there was much discussion about student teaching, that they would not be required to have any kind of student teaching or necessarily an exit exam. I remember.
Right, I was not in the hearing.
Okay, I remember that Representative Daniels had a lot of discussion about that, that day. I had a question that day about Science of Reading and Numeracy Act. I do not believe that they are required to teach the science of reading, nor are they required to adhere to the Numeracy Act. Am I correct in that?
Not in the law.
So and then if this bill that, Representative Collins and Representative DuBose puts forward and it is successful, would it be fair to say that this would be a lowering of the standard by these vendors? I don't know who to look at. Would it be a lowering of the standards in order for those people to do business in the state of Alabama to have teacher candidates put forward for certification?
Yes, that'd be true.
Okay,
I
so,
understand.
they would be lowering the standard that they already set. Okay, I just want to be clear about what we're facing. Okay, good, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to be clear about that.
And we have held the line on testing. So one of you asked the question this morning to American Board about their tests. So their vendor, they actually have their own teacher test. Their proposal to us was that they use their own teacher test and not the Praxis and Foundations
That
of
was
Reading.
my other question.
And I have, right now, I may lose this battle long term, I have held the line that no, they will have to pass our Praxis test and the Foundations of Reading test. The law says that they have to pass our test or an equivalent test of Alabama standards or something like that. And my position as state superintendent is no such test exists. That if they can prove that their test is as rigorous as our test and that it is aligned to, that their reading test is aligned to the science of reading like we know the Foundations of Reading test is, then that would be a different discussion point. But one of the problems they have is that the Praxis company and ETS owns Praxis and Pearson owns Foundations of Reading test. They are not willing to let their test be compared to their test, and they own the copyright to the test. And we're not the only ones that use it, so we don't control that. So they're kind of in limbo, and that's why she said, until a resolution is found, we will just have to use the Praxis and Foundations of Reading. They would love for us to eventually get there, and that maybe someday there would be, but at this point, they don't have that option. And TPA also.
Dr. Reynolds.
Yes, sir. The other option is, since another measure doesn't exist, and we know the proprietary rules are, they could litigate, since there's no comparable, they don't have access to the data, we can't prove that they don't. That is a caveat that we need to be aware of. You can say it one way, your opponent says it another, our opponent. The other thing is, I remember earlier in some discussions, there was our department and the board were not even involved in this. And we somehow got a favorable resolution to involve us. Is that correct in the scenario of the development of this bill? Or am I misinformed?
Well, no, not exactly. So we've been, all these bills have been filed. As I said, we were moving away from this because we had tried to pilot, we did not find it to be the most successful, so we were not planning on adding alternate teaching organizations to our portfolio. The legislature said we are going to. After bills are filed, we go over there and engage ourselves in the process, but we have not been, I don't think we've been approached by any of these bills before they were filed. Now, I may be misspoken on that because maybe, this goes way back before these two were here. It could be that the sponsor at some point gave it to Jessica and said, I'm gonna file this bill or something like that. So I don't wanna say that nobody's ever, but it's not like we were involved in the development of a bill. So, you want me to go to the other bills?
Please.
So the other ones that are coming up, I wanted to make note of. First, the property tax bill. All these have been in your stuff from last week. But the property tax bill, which is HB 73, Representative Pettis. Thank you. Oh, I've got one for everybody. And I will. No, this is just mine. Okay, I've got mine. I've got. Thank you, sir. And now we can put this up on the assembly and give it to you if you want. But these are just kind of notes these two have put together for me. We've looked over. Thank you. So he knows I like to have a hard copy too, just in case. But actually, this is working well. I'm learning to use my new iPad. So the property tax, HB 73, started out, it would cap local property tax reappraisals or increases at 3% a year, which would be devastating for many of our districts, especially the fast-growing ones, where property values are going up in some cases 7 or 8% a year. So if you capped it at 3% a year, you could end up with a piece of property after 10 or 20 years or more that was being taxed way under the value of what the actual value of that property is. There is a compromise kind of afoot. The House in the end passed a bill out that was at 5%, not 3%, and we are involved in negotiations to possibly raise it even higher than that. But there is a good chance that something could move with a cap on it. I don't think it'll be 3%. This is a big coalition of people, myself and our department, the County Commissions Association, the League of Municipalities, because they have obviously a lot involved in this, but also the volunteer firefighters, of course our local School Boards Association, SSA, CLAS, and AEA have all been engaged. So it's a big group of folks who all live on local property tax who have real concerns about this cap. So this week there is a hearing at 11 o'clock on Wednesday in the Senate. The Senate version of this bill will be in committee this week, and it'll be a little bit different version, I think. And so
Who's the sponsor?
House sponsors Pettis. I'm not sure who the Senate sponsor is. Senator Sessions from Mobile County. Thank you very much. So that'll be 11 o'clock this Wednesday. Watch that closely. You'll see more stuff coming on that. I think there will be a lot of people there to speak. You're certainly all invited to be there too. If you'd like to come or if you want to tune in, we'll send you the link to that. So that's one to watch this week. It did pass out of the House committee as amended, but it has not come to the House floor yet. And there has been pretty good commitment on the part of the leadership. I have to brag on the House and Senate leadership and the Lieutenant Governor, who's been very involved in these discussions, that they've said they want to be fair, they want to make sure that there's plenty of discussion about it before it reaches final vote. But there is a lot of pressure, bipartisan, for something to eventually pass. I don't mean it will pass, but there's a strong chance that something will. And there've been, I've seen at least 3 different compromises, so compromise proposals, but none of them have been turned into a bill yet. Okay, the CHOOSE Act, as you know, is passed. We'll talk more about that as time comes. We will find out more from the Revenue Department about kind of how they're going to set that up. As you know, the Revenue Department will set up all the rules about that, not us. And they're just not, I don't think they've really moved on it that much yet. But after the session ends, it's my understanding, we'll have some discussions with them about how that's gonna work. And again, we don't know how many students that might affect that are currently in public schools. My suspicion is that most of their initial takers will be people who are already in private schools. So it won't really affect our enrollment that much up front. But in time it may, and in pockets it may. So statewide, let's say statewide, 2,000 people leave the public schools. Well, that's not a big number statewide. But if 1,000 of those reside in one county, that is big for that county. And so that's why I say I don't think statewide it'll be such a huge impact, but it could be in certain pockets. So we want to be very engaged in that process as it rolls out. Senator Reed's SB 48, the Curricula Transparency Bill, has passed the Senate. We're watching this one. It's not been flagged for any issues because there were some concerns early on that got addressed. But this is basically a bill about posting curriculum on the internet website somehow, so parents have access to know what's being taught in the classroom. None of us is opposed to parents knowing what's taught in the classroom. Nobody is. The question was, how cumbersome would that be on the classroom teacher? And my understanding is they kind of work through all those issues, and if AEA is not opposed to it, I'm going to assume they work through those issues. So we're following closely, but that is, I think that's already passed maybe. It may just be waiting on the signature. So it's through. But you're going to have to probably have to develop some rules around that. We'll see. We may have to have some rules about what that means then. So we'll be following that. There's some other bills that are probably going to require new rules this summer. The virtual testing, I think I've covered that. And then Senator Chastain's 176, SB 176, I'm pretty strongly opposed to that. That's the very strongly opposed, actually, the Alabama Career Roadmap. So that's the one that would create a new mini course for all high school students, and it would require all high school students to take the course for high school graduation. The course would be set up by and administered by the two-year college system, and then it says that we will adopt any rules and follow any rules that the community college system passes on to us, which didn't sit well with me. But to Dr. Richardson's credit, the board over there has not taken this up. No. It's not. She is not involved in that. It did get filed by Senator Chastain. Our two government affairs people over here have met with the two from the community college system earlier, and they know our very strong concerns about it. And so I would like for that bill to die. I know that, anytime, I'm sure Senator Chastain's told me he'd like to see it amended in some way, but to still move through the process. But I just, they shouldn't be dictating to us what high school standards are. Offering dual enrollment, absolutely. And I would love, and I even told the chancellor, I would love to see them offer dual enrollment in every high school. They don't offer dual enrollment to some high schools, but offering it and requiring it are two very different things. And of course, this bill really doesn't even address dual enrollment. It addresses this career roadmap class, but it's being conflated because in the talking points, dual enrollment keeps coming up. And I think that's because the thinking is if they can force every 9th or 10th grader to take this mini course, then in that course, they can say, oh, and here's how you enroll in local junior college. So,
Dr. Mackey, I assume,
but anyway.
I'm sorry. I assume that,
No, you're going.
please, since Chancellor Baker has been such a long supporter of public schools, that this course will be free to all our students if they mandate free in public schools, that there will be no charge for our students to take this class.
No, there's no talk about it being charged, but I mean.
So it's going to be free, right?
Well, I'm not going to speak for the chancellor.
Well, you said there's no talk about it.
Well, there's nothing in the bill says students would be charged to take it, no.
It's important to me.
Just required.
Required, yeah, but I don't think there's any expectation that students would be charged to take it.
So have you
Yes,
actually?
I'm sorry.
Now you
What
go
I
ahead.
wanted to say basically is, I was aware of the fact of exposing our young people to career tech early on as to how it related to the two-year college system, but not mandating anything. And I think we had had discussions about that, just basically even as low as middle and even maybe elementary school, but not the requirement of a course.
Right.
I was not aware of that
Right.
until this bill was shared.
Yes.
So have you talked to Jimmy Baker or yourself, had this conversation about the opposition or concerns?
I'm having my discussions with Senator Chastain, and then I think they're having conversations with the chancellor wanting to send his folks over here. They came over here and they met earlier in the week.
So is there a problem with you actually meeting with him?
No.
And that may be actually not a bad idea, although for the last time he got involved, we ended up without the two-year college system. As much as he's interested in K-12, he was back in the background lobbying, and so was the attorney that worked with him. Yeah, it was obvious that's who spearheaded that, so, but I think it would be helpful if you actually had the conversation with him directly.
This bill's not assigned, it'll be in Senator Chastain's committee. He did assign it and then he withdrew it. He'll probably have it back in his own committee, maybe next week, but it may be the week after. I would suspect it'll be after that, so. We're working through the process. Those are the 5 kind of main ones that are coming. Obviously, there are lots of deals out there. There are some others, that have been introduced. The last half of the session, that session is half over exactly. The last half, the rumor is they'll move a little more slowly. They've been working 3-day weeks, so they burn 3 days each week, but they'll go back to working 2-day weeks. Remind you that next week they will be in session for I'm going to suspect 2 days, but 2 or 3 days, and then they're taking another week off. For Easter week, they'll have another break, and then they will come back, and then we'll probably see a budget sometime there. I don't think, I've had great conversations with Representative Garrett. The education budget will start in the House this year, but I don't think we'll see it next week during that middle week, but then when they come back from spring break, we probably will see the budget. And he's been great. He's asked really good questions. He's been very inquisitive about why we need things and what we want. And I will tell you that I have told him, I have told Senator Orr, and anybody else who asked, that our number one top priority in the budget, other than maintaining what we already have, is to get the $22 million for struggling readers beyond grade 3. So that is our top priority. And then we're working beyond that on the assistant principals, trying to get some additional assistant principals. So, you can't get everything. Those are the 2 things that I'm kind of focusing on while maintaining all the things that we have in the current budget.
I'm sorry, one other thing I just remembered. In line with introducing maybe middle and elementary school and of course high school students to what courses are being offered, how that would tie into our college and career readiness standards. I do remember that conversation too. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions today from board members? Y'all ready to adjourn?
Yes. So,